So close. 2 campaigns, 2 patches. Let's do this. So when we last left our party, Swiftshot was like, I mean, why don't we go ahead and try what these vampire guys have going on?
Welcome, my fellow doomed.
I never doubted you for a moment. Partnerships such as ours will be key to Revendreth's revival. As harvesters, we have the ability to extend our powers to mortals. Although the decision must be unanimous. To that end, the court has gathered and awaits your arrival. Let's not keep them waiting. Yeah, in the interest of skipping the
we are willing to impart our power.
the Torghast stuff, we're doing it on Swiftshot.
Though you are no ordinary mortal, are you? No. You can breach the boundaries of the Maw with ease. Something that even the oldest Venthyr are unable to do. That ability alone would make you perfect for my plan. But there is so much more to you, isn't there?
I mean,
It
not
will
really.
never be enough to simply defeat Denathrius. We must also break his hold on Revendreth. His grasp on this realm comes from the medallions he created, each containing a fraction of his power, given to subordinates that would obey without question. We must secure these medallions, and with them usher in a new era that would see Revendreth return to its true purpose.
I distinctly remember hearing of such a plan many years ago, Renathal. Before the Master's true intentions were known.
Hang on. Here we go. Yeah. Well, I heard that. I must. Ow. Must. Okay. Whew. That was harder to resist, Magister. Oh, man. Ugh. God, Rustic hasn't been on the stream in years at this point. I believe you. It wasn't one of the ones I wrote down. Because I usually write down when someone actually introduces a term to the show, so I can properly credit them. Yeah, I actually don't have that written down. Guild Wars 2 has been on the list for a while, Spartan. Give me a moment, and I will go ahead and say thank you to Basemaster for the sub. As always. Hold this up for later. I'm afraid not, Yura. Afraid I've heard that term before you. I'm sorry. Okay, so Magister is putting that towards Guild Wars 1, Guild Wars 2, and WoW, Pact Within. And then 2 Base Masters putting that towards Fire Emblem, 3 Houses, Shark Pokemon, and Tyranny. Let me finish this cutscene, then I'll talk about it. I'm sure we'll have a doldrum period at some point. Okay, ready to swear. Again, I guess.
I accept your pledge as honest and true. You may rise.
Oh, so, real quick. Someone asked where I got this T-Rex. I was wondering if anybody would notice I bothered to go out of my way to get this stupid thing. This is Razan. On the off chance you don't know what I'm talking about, if you go to the dungeon, Atal Dazar, and go fight Razan, you can just tame him.
Now everything is fuzzy.
If you're beast spec. You have to be beast spec.
Your loyalty has been observed and acknowledged. Stand as one of us.
It's the same general way that you get... this one. You may need a tome? I'm not sure. The tome's got to be account bound. Because, like, I obviously did not get that on Swift Shot, but I might have gotten that for Zelona, my original hunter, years ago.
Darkest greetings, Walker. There is a simplicity in inevitability.
Our covenant is more than just pacts and promises. We have immense power, too, and that power shall bestow upon you in sacred ritual. Yes, yes.
Meet us within the chambers below to begin.
Yes, yes. Tremendous chamber power. Hang on, so Path of Ascension isn't even listed here? Neither is Abominable Stitching. Well, that's interesting. Yeah, there are many pets. I remember when they went back and added a bunch of super rares to, I believe it was Pandaria specifically. Ow! That would have been circa BFA, I want to say. And they kept doing that. Now, I kind of fell out of hunting. You know what I mean? Playing a hunter. But yeah, they have added a lot of unique pets. Most of them actually require something very specific to get. In other words, you can't just go and tame them. You have to do some kind of mini game, get an item, do a quest, defeat them in a specific way, stuff like that. It's gameplay. It's its own gameplay loop.
Ah, our potential savior of the Shadowlands has arrived.
This ritual will bestow upon you our gift. We will stir the anima within your soul, awaken a power that's only been known to harvesters. It's never been performed on a mortal, but I have been assured it won't hurt a bit.
Please take your place when you are ready to begin.
I actually have Skull on my main hunter, but no, I'm talking about, like, much worse than that. He's just a rare spawn. The pain! Oh god, they said it would hurt. Ah!
Willing and able to accept our gift. Help us return Revendreth to its true purpose. Help us rid this realm of a tyrant whose actions threaten all of reality. This gift of power will be yours so long as you remain loyal to our cause.
So if I go back to Maldraxxus, I'm gonna lose it.
And what can this humble fallen prince...
Yeah, so, skip. There we go.
Speak.
Yeah, I was actually going to comment on that once we were done with, like, the dialogue here, Blue Boy was. They keep talking about the original purpose of Revendreth. I've even used that terminology. And yet, Revendreth was built by Denathrius. The original purpose of Revendreth is to feed his ego. It is coincidental that this is a realm of rehabilitation. Just realized I can plug this back in. I'm not going to do it, though. That'll make a loud pop. It'll hurt your ears. I don't want to do that.
Every soul can be redeemed, if it desires to be.
Okay, so now we go through an initial tutorial.
Please come forward.
Where is she?
You will be the first to receive this honor.
May her blade serve you well, Walker.
Come on, Nudge.
Do
Go,
not
go,
look
go.
so glum, Draven. You will get your turn soon enough.
Let me do this. Let me do
Clearly
this.
you have come seeking the best.
This. This.
It is quite good to see you.
There we go. Okay, we're good. We're good. All right. Guess we'll do this.
It is done. May the power within your souls serve you well.
Hey, Dream Whisperer. Okay. Spell's already known. That's what I thought. Get out of my inventory. Get out of my inventory. Get out of my inventory.
No forgiveness without atonement. Change yourself, or I will. Tend to your own sin stone. I see.
Come closer, my new friend. We are doomed, but not without a fight.
There's actually a quest to do the dungeon. It's a shame, because we will not be doing that dungeon on this character.
One more time, yeah? You find any other nicks and knacks, you bring them to me.
Hello, Walker.
Okay.
What sin shall we redeem first?
What? Okay, okay. So let's log out. Let's log in. I'm gonna laugh if this isn't gonna work. Of course not, Master. I don't do that without friends. So I'm waiting on said friends. Odd. Okay. It's you?
Shall we begin?
Aha! No, that's just getting souls in the maw.
Past only confront it.
No, what?
Do you seek redemption?
Houston, we have a problem.
Come forth, catalyst of change.
Yeah, so if you're not missing it, the next MSQ quest, the next main story quest, isn't showing up. Now, if you check the map, usually the thing that says, here's where your new quest is. It says, finish the next chapter of Focusing the Eye of the Chains of Domination campaign, which is well past the Covenant campaign. Like, we do Covenant campaign, and then we do the Chains of Domination chain. So that's not correct. I actually have a theory for why it's doing that. It's not a good theory, and it means we might have to go do Torghast again. Okay. No, I double-checked. It was the Soulbind thing. Yeah, see, this is the Chains of Domination ship. You know, the thing we're not even on yet. Yeah. Yeah, Focusing the Eye is step 3, as in the third chain in that thing. And it's like, do that. So I have a really funny feeling that you can't actually do multiple covenants on one character. Because that would just be so Shadowlands, wouldn't it? So I'm at the very beginning of the Revendreth campaign, but it thinks I'm at the very end. So it wants me to go do the MSQ, the other MSQ, to progress the campaign. Which... I mean, I guess wouldn't be an issue for a normal person. The normal person would just go do the MSQ and then come back and do the Covenant. So anyways... Hey, Silverfur, I guess you're going to get a chance to shine after all. So Revendreth asked me to talk about something. Unfortunately, Revendreth has long since abandoned. So let's go. Join Revendreth here.
We do what must be done.
Yes, I was already in position and everything. Okay. You can act, but I'm going to answer Revendreth first. So, one of the big lies behind...
Mortal.
Double check this out. Yeah, okay. One of the big lies that gaming companies tend to give is it's so expensive to make games. And therefore, they have to overprice. They have to over-monetize. They have to have microtransactions. They have to have all that extra crap. Now, that is a lie. It is a fundamental lie. It is a proven lie. It has never not been a lie. It is total nonsense, and it always has been. I've been pushing back against that lie, which I'm going to keep repeating because it's true, for the better part of, God, like 15, 20 years at this point. It's been a minute. It's been a minute. Yeah, no, the extra money needs to come in order to pay things that have nothing to do with the game. Like getting the share prices up and making sure that the CEOs and executives are compensated, all kinds of fun stuff like that. They like to point to the fact that games are more expensive to make, which is true, as an excuse for charging more, which is not. There's a disconnection there. It's one of those things where, like, you present a true fact in order to prove something that is disconnected to that true fact. It's a common tactic. So with regards to that lie, the funny thing about that lie is that that's their big excuse. We have to over-monetize because it's so expensive to make games. And then you look at mobile games. This is how this connects to your question, Revendreth, because Revendreth asked earlier if it was possible in an ideal world for mobile games to not be over-monetized garbage. And the answer is yeah, because mobile games have such a lower barrier to entry. They are much, much, much cheaper to develop. They require less staff. They require less everything, right? The requirements in terms of man hours and in terms of engine requirements, in terms of resources, hardware, setup, offices. Making a mobile game is just so much cheaper, and yet they over-monetize the over-living hell out of them, because of course they do. Because it was always a lie. That's what I'm trying to get. That's why I say in reality land, it would have been nice if mobile games actually weren't mobage. There'd probably be a lot of trash in terms of like just junk games, but not actual mobage, actual mobile garbage. If, you know, they didn't decide to over-monetize the crap out of it, because they don't have to. There's no requirement there. There's no... Oh my god. Oh my god. Okay, that was an interesting one. There's no requirement there. They do not have to over-monetize. So maybe we just get a whole bunch of people's, you know, attempts at making games, a lot of which are probably going to be bad, but aren't going to be over whatever. That's all I was trying to say, Revendreth. I've just realized I'm looping, so I'm going to shut up now. Can I skip this? Renethal? Can we skip this? The indie scene is absolutely what you're describing for most games. I don't actually know if there's an indie scene for mobile. Legitimately, I've never looked, and I probably never will. It's mobile games, and even in an ideal world where mobile games were actually good, I still probably wouldn't play them. And I've described this before, because this is bad to me. Just straight up bad. Like, I don't know how better to put that. The total lack of tangible feedback completely detaches me from playing a video game. I need tactile feedback to play a video game. I've described this in depth, so I won't go into it again. Right now, I won't bore you with that. But you know what I mean, right? You click a mouse, and there's a physical feedback to indicate to your brain the mouse click has happened. I don't need to look at it. I don't even need to hear it because I can't hear it right now with the headphones in. But I know I've clicked that mouse because I can feel it. And then you get into actual like audible feedback, which is another thing. But anyways, sorry, I'm getting off topic. So hang on. Let me answer Xavion's question next, because that's an easy one to answer. Why stop at 67? So there's actually a very specific, and unfortunately, we had to do some manual testing in order to find out about the 67 limit. So here's the deal. We are in time walking, right? Time walking effectively caps at 67. So here's how this works out. You could time walk from 10 to 70, I want to say, or 71. I think it's actually 71. The thing is, each level past 67 has another weird limitation / requirement on it. Oh yeah, this is definitely... Yep. This is a good thing that's happening. Hi, Fiddy Horror, by the way. Sorry, you caught me in the middle of a speech. I actually did Blades Fall, and I will, because we've got plenty of dead air to fill. We got to go do Torghast now. Again. Don't worry, we'll have to do it a 4th time. Same exact thing. We'll have to do the same thing 4 times. Thanks for wasting my time, Shadowlands. I appreciate you. You are so crap in so many new wonderful ways. Yes, please skip to my first Soulbind. Thank you. I'm gonna laugh if this is bugged, too. That's just gonna be great. Okay. At 68, you stay time walked, but you can no longer select a time walking campaign. Like you talk to Chromie and it's like, nope. You're still in time walking. It's just that's like your limiter, right? Is you can no longer do that. When you go ahead and do this quest, select this, hit activate. Hang on, I gotta do this in a specific order, so I don't bug it out again. Hit this, hit these buttons. So at 68, you lose the ability to switch timelines, but you can stay in your existing timeline. At 70, if you go to... Hang on, is it this one? Yeah, it's that one. Which is not something she has, because she sucks. Okay, whatever. Here, have that. There. At 70... Hang on, 1 second. Sorry. Boop, 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 boop. No! There. Yes, and I did your quest. Okay. At 70, you could stay in your time locking as long as you never go to a capital city. If you, for whatever reason, go to Stormwind or Orgrimmar, the moment you do so, you are immediately bounced out of time walking and into present day. At 71, you are violently kicked out of time walking. And no matter what you're doing, like even if you're out and about, the game says, nope, and just straight up kicks you out of it. So, sorry, this is a roundabout way of saying, it can't be 71, duh. It can't be 70, duh. It can't be 69 or 68, because we lose the ability to time walk at that point. In other words, the highest level you can safely stay in time walking is 67. Now, if we reverse engineer this, we can actually explain why this makes sense. So WoW forever, for its entire history, where is the next campaign quest? Is this it? Yep, okay, no, yep, that is it. This is the step we were stuck on because we had already done this. WoW has always allowed you to go two levels up, right? In other words, if there's a level 50 zone, or a level 50 dungeon, or a level 50 quest, you can pick that quest up at level 48. Make sense? So, 68 is thus the cap for time walking, because 68 is the earliest that you can start the current expansion, which is War Within. And they have their own nonsensical reasons for wanting to kick you out of time walking and not allow you to go all the way up to 80 in time walking. It is a nonsensical reason, but it is a reason nonetheless. So, it makes sense then that you just have to be one level below the 2-level cap, which is 67. Sorry for the roundabout answer, but trust me when I say nothing anywhere indicates any of this. We found this out through trial and error, this review series, as we were going through it. Is he down? He is down. Yeah, let's just go down. He should be over here somewhere. I think, maybe. Yep, there he is. No, it's actually, year, which is stupid. But if you stay time walking, or maybe it was money. I actually don't remember. It was something very stupid. I remember that. Hang on, so let's rewind a bit. So I answered, hi, Soraya. Or sorry. Oh, God, I can never remember how to pronounce it. Look, I can't do A's, okay? I have failed you. So hang on. So that was Xavion's question. That was Luneruth's question. I think it was another question there. Before we get to... Actually, I think that's it. Okay, so now we're caught up to Blade Taval's question. So Blade Taval asked a wild question, which I don't think we've ever encountered before, but I'm pretty sure I know the answer to. Give me a second to pull this up over here. Here it is. How would you handle a situation where something that happens in a later entry in a franchise or series retroactively makes something in a prior entry better? Like, say there's a scene in the second game of a series that's fine, but a third game adds new information that completely recontextualizes the scene and adds new layers, and straight up improves it when you play it back again. Would that scene get a new positive due to external continuity, since the scene is actually better? Or can external continuity only go one way? To look at it another way, does Babylon 5 effect restricted to the confines of a single game? Does only the game with the reveal get credit? And if so, how do you score it across multiple impact scenes in... Nope. How do you score it if it greatly impacts multiple scenes in prior games? There we go. I just answered you, Luneruth. Apparently Luneruth does not listen to me. That's okay. I don't blame him. I know I'm a very boring person to listen to. So you've kind of already answered the question in the question there. So let's use made-up examples. Let's say Mass Effect 1 has a scene. Now, let's ignore how good, bad, or in between that scene is, because it doesn't really matter. That scene is then scored in Mass Effect 1. Let's say Mass Effect 2 comes along and does something with that scene. Makes it interesting, makes it cool, makes it fun, makes it whatever. That then gets the positive, the thing that does something interesting with the scene, not the scene itself. That's not my sprint button. Where's my sprint button? There it is. The thing is, because there's actually several reasons for this. It is possible, though admittedly unlikely, that Scene 1, the one in, say, Mass Effect 1... Oh, hey, I can skip the Torghast chapter. Holy crap! I don't think I've seen that option before. Oh my god, we can skip Torghast. And we can skip to Kurthia. We're not going to do that, of course. So hang on now. That still wants us to do Chains of Domination. Hang on. Hang on. Give me a second. Sorry, the answer was implied in this statement, Lunaruth. All that's required for mobile gaming to not be terrible is for not to be over-monetized. That is the problem. There's no external force that's going to make that happen. All you have to do is have a situation where people are not being greedy about mobile games. There you go. Boom. Fixed. There's no other outcome. Okay. Pretty much split of all. I'm trying to figure out how to continue the Venthyr campaign. Now, I have an idea, having just looked up where the actual chain is. The next step should be from Renethal. Yep, sure, whatever, dude. I will not betray her. I will not betray her. Cool. Piss off. Exactly, Blue Boy was. Like, I'm sorry, it should have been a red flag when people started hiring psychologists to make games more addictive. So, hey, let's go back to Bladesfall. Say Scene 1 has something happen, but you don't know why. It's not impactful. Later, you gain the information that explains why, so suddenly the scene hits differently. So yeah, that is Babylon 5 effect. But Babylon 5 effect is absolutely limited to a single game. Now, there's some asterisks attached to that. But I used Mass Effect for a very specific reason. If there's something in Mass Effect 1 that leads into Mass Effect 2, Mass Effect 1 doesn't get credit for that because those two games were made essentially by different teams at different times with different requirements for different reasons. The odds that the scene in 1 was designed to lead into the scene in 2 are actually pretty low. What that is more likely is backloaded storytelling, where someone will look at something that happened and then turn it into something, rather than it was deliberately laid down to turn into something. Does that make sense? The easiest example of this is actually Star Wars. Seriously, pay attention to A New Hope sometime, episode 4, and really notice how much foreshadowing there is in A New Hope, none of which was. We know definitively and with absolute certainty that none of that was intended to ever go anywhere. It was just the approach that Lucas was doing to world building. He was just throwing out names and concepts in ways that felt natural, with no idea what they actually meant. Which is a smart way to write, actually, if I might be so bold. I call it bricklaying. But the point of that is, A New Hope doesn't get credit for the Clone Wars, right? A New Hope doesn't get credit for the eventual reveal of Empire Strikes Back, etc., right? There's a lot of little things, too. I'm not going to go down list by list. Well, that's why there's always that asterisk, because there's no such thing as a true absolute when it comes to positives or negative. So if I absolutely 100%, no really, absolutely, no really, one more no really, no really, actually knew that it was being done on purpose to lay into something into the next game, then yeah, I would give it the foreshadowing positive. He does not have that quest. And we have the renown requirement. We are renown 3. Unless we hang on. So Court of Harvesters is the next chain, not the next quest. We have like 15 quests before we get to the Court of Harvesters chain. That would be nice, Blades Revolt. As I mentioned, I don't think we've ever actually encountered that. Well, Swift Shot ran into the problem we're currently running into on Silverfur, Mr. Ed, which is the main quest, the campaign quest, has stopped. It's not here. Like, if I grab this quest, there's nothing there now. It be gone, yo. He has the next step. The next step is go gain renown. It's right here. Building your renown. staring at the quest. Considering it's bugged on 2 separate characters, I have a feeling that, yeah, this be bugged, yo. That's why I switched to this character. I was like, okay, no problem. I'll just switch over here. Oh. Yeah, we didn't have this issue with Ardenweald or Maldraxxus. Yeah, that doesn't... I hope we don't have this issue with the Bastion. I was looking forward to this. I've never done Revendreth, for those of you who don't remember. This is all new to me. Okay. Well, I actually happen to have BTW quests. I leave it off for obvious reasons, but... I don't know how to activate it. There it is. Maybe. Shadowlands. I mean, that's how Maldraxxus was. Oh, by the way, I decided just for funsies to update the spreadsheet to keep track of how well each Covenant's been doing. Ardenweald had a bunch of negatives, but a bunch of positives to offset it, so it was a net +3 across both story and gameplay. Not great, but a net positive. Maldraxxus was a net -7. Here we go. Venthyr campaign. Okay, those are apparently done. What? Okay, so we skipped over this step. So our actual next step is to get to Renown level 5. According to BTW quests. Yes, the theater quest was in Ardenweald, and yeah, it was awesome. Okay, hold on. Swift shot, come here. So because we skipped Torghast, we didn't get the renown from the Torghast chapter, and we can't progress. I think. Which is still bad, but not as bad as I thought it was. Yeah, that's a solvable problem. As opposed to, well, time to move on, which is where I was at. Game. How would a new player know that? Nope. Would be the answer to that question. Okay, hold on. So... yeah, we're Renown 3 again. Okay, well... let's go do dailies. We have to go... It's not going to be much of a grind. But you know what? Actually, yeah, the Renown boost is probably going to be a much easier way to deal with this, rather than just bothering. So let's just go do that. It's the guy next to the flight path, right? Yeah, I got the gold. Yeah, it's probably quite literally going to be faster. Rather than fly to Ardenweald, do 3 quests, then fly out. I'm just going to fly to Oribos. I just love flying to Oribos. All I like doing in life is flying to Oribos. It's my favorite part of Shadowlands. You can tell because I do it constantly. Ah. Damn it. No, this is 100% a negative. What this effectively means, because let's actually break this down into its constituent parts. What this means is the game has fixed the Renown grind, which is good. That's a big absence of negatives I was planning to give 4 times, but that's gone. So, awesome. Problem. If you do too much of the skips, you skip the Renown too. And nothing indicates that. So that's problem number 1, is we have skipped Renown. If I had just done Torghast again, I wouldn't have noticed. And I would have just gone back to Sinfall, gotten the next quest, and been fine, because I'd have been renowned like 7 or something like that by then, right? So I wouldn't even have noticed this issue. So that's problem number 1. Problem number 2 is this indicator right here is a goddamned lie. Complete the chapter focusing the eye of the Chains of Domination campaign to continue this campaign. As a fresh reminder, the Chains of Domination campaign didn't exist when this campaign was in the game. When this was made, at launch, the Venthyr campaign existed. Chains of Domination is 9.1. I bet all of them do this, because we didn't... Remember, we've done Torghast twice. We did it once on the Night Fane, we did it once on Maldraxxus. So we just skipped over this problem. Just like I just described as a hypothetical. Oh my god! A little bit, yeah, off the deeper end. Okay, so let's go ahead and grab the renowned thing, which is that one. Please. I am now renowned 60. Probably. Xavier, probably. Whoa there, whoa there. Hey, there's a new mount. Oh, is that the mount I wanted? Oh my god, look, I got the mount I wanted. Check it out. Done! That's actually funny. It's just, yep, there it is. Oh, there's my armor set. Yep, okay, cool. Okay, we did it! We're 60 right now. Okay, let's go see if we can continue the quest. It requires 5! 500 gold for a mount? Done! So if you've already gotten an achievement, which I believe is the Get to 60 Renown achievement, on anybody, you gain access to an heirloom item from that vendor who's right next to the flight path in Oribos that enables you to skip straight to Renown 60 on a new character. Note to self, do that on our Bastion character so we can just skip over this problem again. It might be 80 Renown. I have hit... Sorry, it's actually 80 Renown. My bad. Because I did max out my Night Fae Renown on my actual main, my Demon Hunter. I assumed it was like one of the raid mounts, Magister. So let's break this down. We've got signposting, which is bad. That's the quest log. That's wrong. Look, look. Now it just says continue the campaign by accept the quest in Sinfall. Which is exactly correct. That is actually the next step. God damn it. Okay, so negative for the signposting being bad. Sorry, I thought I heard someone at my door. I mean, it's not even bad. It's actively misleading. Like, it's deliberately misleading. Negative. I'm gonna honestly call that a bug. It's an oversight, but it's still a bug. The skip option shouldn't deprive you of the resources you would get from the skip. Yeah, exactly. It's not just misleading. It's telling you to go do a future quest. Like, that's just... wow. Oh my god. Okay, so. Yeah, all of a sudden, there's just all these quests we've got. It's wild. Let's go ahead and turn this in really quick. Round 61. Woo! Okay, hey, look! The next quest! Jesus Christ. You know what? Considering I literally needed an add-on because Wowhead and the WoW Wiki both didn't help me there, I'm going to double up on that negative, because that's pretty bad. Now that we have a stronghold from which to operate, we need to begin the next stage of my plan to wrest control of Revendreth from the Master. We must convince the Court of Harvesters to convene. We must not have them come here, though. That would be suicide. Go to my old fortress, Darkwall Tower, and plant these banners at the foremost distant points of the tower. They'll ensure the power of the Harvesters, and the Master will not be able to interfere with a neutral meeting.
We face the unending, undefeatable, undefiable darkness together.
Cool. What is this? Is this Go Do Torghast? What is this? Oh, that's PvP. Why are these? I don't even care. Yeah, let's get our other things.
A word. Hope.
Join me.
A requirement for duty.
Maybe? Wait, what? That was not what I thought it was. Oh, okay. That's an actual quest. Holy crap. Any other actual quests here? I could convert one of the bug negatives into a walkthrough-itis negative. We'll go ahead and do that. Is that was a thing. I don't think Blatemo would ever play WoW. It's just too ugly of a game. He doesn't play PS2 games, okay? I don't blame him. I don't like playing PS2 games either. Ugh, disgusting things. The guidance negative was the first one I gave off the deeper end. So let's go and read that quest out loud here. Renethal carries himself well, but hides great pain. His wounds from Denathrius have not healed. He is vulnerable. He intends to send you to secure his old fortress of Darktel with banners and rely on his own strength to deter enemies. This is a poor tactical choice. Take this small reserve of anima with you and revive Chelra the Blade Wall. She was last seen at Darkwood. Revive her and she can aid you in taking the tower. Ironically, for as much as we are and have been consistently bashing this game for how much it's been screwing up playing older stuff, it is better to play older stuff than it has ever been right now. No, not because of dragon flying. You gotta remember, time walking didn't used to exist. This log showing chapters and campaigns didn't used to exist. Scaling didn't used to exist. Properly directing a new player to new content, or rather old content, excuse me, did not used to exist. All of these things are things that have been patched in surprisingly recently. One of the big asterisks I used to have to give players is, okay, look, it's going to jump you in the game, you're going to do Exile's Reach, which is fine, and then you're going to be shoved out into BFA. And then I had to give really strange and weird directions on how to find Chromie, because she wasn't a big, obvious thing on the map. Like, back in the day, some of you probably don't remember this, back in the day, Chromie was not something you could literally see on the city map. Right there. Boom. See? And if you mouse over it, it literally says Time Walking Campaign. That didn't used to be there. Her interface also used to be worse. Like, some of you probably remember that. You used to talk to her and there was no actual interface. There was just a bunch of dialogue options which were poorly programmed. In other words, you would loop through them and it would be possible to get lost in them and actually lose the ability to time walk because you forgot the chain you were going down. The chain of dialogue choices. Nowadays, there's just a freaking window that pops up with a picture that says, hey, here's each of the campaigns and a big description of them. You could select that and then go back to the presence. Boom. That is much better than it used to be.
Mortal.
Yeah, that's the other thing. Shadowlands was when they decided to dump you into BFA as a new character. So, I'm not dinging Shadowlands for that. But it certainly didn't contribute to Shadowlands being enjoyable when it was new. I've thought about it, Gowry, but they never listen to me. Nobody gives a crap about me.
A worthy subject. Let us begin.
Truthfully, no, Blue Boy Wiz. Right now, you have the ability to actually do older content and enjoy it. That, again, hasn't been true until very recently. And I frankly never thought we'd get to this point.
We must be vigilant.
Well fought. That will not hold them off for long, but that should buy Renethil the time he needs. I thank you for the infusion. I shall put this precious anima to good use while it lasts.
I watch our allies as much as our enemies.
You're welcome. Good morning, Uthor. You missed it. I don't even know how to summarize.
Come closer, my new friend.
I've recommended Pandaria for a new player several times, and that helps that a friend of mine literally started their WoW experience with Pandaria just last year. And it was a great, hey, do you like WoW? Kind of a, litmus test kind of a thing. And it worked out, and they liked WoW, and now they play it. Cool. So, point proven, I suppose.
The drought, the lack of souls, the jailer, all connected.
There was a time when I hosted such wonderful gatherings at this tower. Even the master could be seen smiling, enjoying his time. He was beautiful to behold then, the true sire of the Venthyr. Wonder how long he had been plotting with the jailer, if even his smile was a guise, hiding his loathing for all reality.
I look upon you.
They may look like simple banners, but with the right words and a few appropriate spells, they'll turn it into a temporary sanctuary.
There is no possibility of victory. Oh, is that not exciting?
The Countess, Harvester of Desire. Her wits are sharper than most swords. While I have never seen her carry a weapon, you must assume she is never unprotected. Her mansion mirrors my own on the northeast side of Castle Nathria. Her dominion was that of the Castle Ward, and it is her authority that keeps the nobles in line. She'll proceed a secret message. I will send a dredger ahead to infiltrate her party. Meet him on the Bridge of Temptation.
I look upon you and dare to feel hope.
The Tithe Lord is a bully and a coward, just like every Harvester of Envy before him. He is still a force beyond our current reckoning. I have sent Nadja and Temel to Pridefall Hamlet in the south to ascertain the best and most non-lethal way to reach the Tithe Lord. Meet them there and use caution. The Tithe Lord would kill you in less than a blink of an eye if he thought he could gain him more power or authority.
We are doomed, but not without a fight.
The Medallion of Wrath is in the hands of Stone Right. She is an ancient, powerful, and responsible for creating the Stone Legion. She's not someone to be subtle with. It is a very dangerous thing to ask. Would you meet with General Draven at Dominance Gate? If we're to see the Stone Right attend, she must know the severity of our request, which means you and Draven walking in the front door.
You and me against the end of reality. We might need some help.
Yeah, so to be slightly more specific, Uthor, there was an option to skip the Torghast step, which I naturally took. Immediately after taking it, there were no new quests. So in confusion, I checked this thing, and the Venthyr campaign said, go do Chains of Domination, step 3. Not 1, 3. And I was like, no. Like, despite what it said, there's no way, right? That's actually not possible, so that's clearly wrong. So I was trying to unpin what the hell was happening. And the wiki was not helpful. And the Wowhead was not helpful. So what actually ended up fixing that was pulling up BTW quests, which clearly marked the start of the next quest as be at Renown level 3. Which is when I realized that skipping Torghast skips Renown. All the Renown you get for doing like the Venari quests and helping out in the initial Torghast chain. I think it's when we rescue Bane as well. So, yeah.
My blade could be yours.
When we do our 4th campaign, I'm going to immediately become Renown 60 and skip all that nonsense.
Guard, turn, parry, dodge, spin, thrust.
Thank you for meeting us at a minimum safe distance from Caretaker's Manor. There's still enough people around here that may find the idea of me in a cage to be worth the trouble. It is too dangerous for you or I to speak to the Tithe Lord. He's too impulsive, too eager to please Denathrius. I recommend we send Temel. The Stone Fiend is a common messenger of Revendreth, and few aside from a handful of observers will bat an eye at his arrival. Just shove him when you're ready.
Revendreth.
Temel, I'm sorry. Could you help me out here, please? Thank you. Oh, Oh, look, we've got a little message in our hands. Okay, where am I taking this? Over here. Okay. For extremely different reasons, Blade of all. They're literally called Cruel Connector. Probably 5. It's more up to them than me, but probably. I'd be shocked if they don't. We did finish Icarus last night. That was fun. We were like, alright, let's go out and fight some bosses. And we did, and we were like, okay, that was boring. But then we realized we hadn't fought bosses at all, because then we encountered a real boss. That was fun.
What is this? So, the Dark Prince is making his move to usurp the throne. I suppose someone of character should be there to stop him.
I guess we're done. That was fun. Brief, but fun. I have to do something other than rip money out of the poor. What a shame. I hope we get to kill the Tithe Lord. And if you're wondering why, it's because his name is Tithe Lord. I really feel like that explains it all.
Noble soirees are one way to keep the peace. Disguise yourself as a dredger.
You, supposed to be in Revendreth?
That's pretty much exactly what happened, Blade Javal. I'll tell you about it in a second, if you care.
What's disguise?
So here's a sketch. We mock you up looking one of his servants. This stuff's protected by the anti-theft, so if them clothes think they're being stolen, they teleport back here, you and all. You, should be able to reach the Countess with your message. Just smile, nod, do as you're told. Don't talk to no one, don't make eye contact with anything that's got wings. Don't know you shouldn't be there.
What's someone like you doing in a place like this?
Well, my mother always said I'd end up in this life. So, I had... Okay, so in Icarus, this is information I found out at the end of our little excursion, but apparently only like 3 bosses spawn on a world map at any given time. I don't know what causes that or what changes it, but either way, only 3 bosses up. I had a map up in order to kind of indicate where exactly those bosses were and go find them. So we found... No, so we're like, alright, we're going to go to fight the polar bear boss. So we go there and we find a polar bear, and we killed it. Now, you're probably thinking, oh, but what's really funny is I was like, wow, that was pathetic. The one time we let a polar bear get into melee range, it one-shot one of us. We could 3-shot it, but it could 1-shot us. It makes sense, right? It's a freaking polar bear. Anyways, so, yeah, it sounds like a polar bear. So we were like, okay, well, that was the boss, because there's a polar bear, and it was in the spot where the polar bear was supposed to be. And we went and we did the same thing with, like, the mammoth, and then we were like, well, let's go fight the sandworm and be done with it, because this is boring. So we went to the sandworm area and fought a bunch of sandworms. And then at the top of the screen, in giant red text, was the Great Song of the Sands, and this huge health bar suddenly pops out. And freaking Nubjaloth or whatever from Doom pops out of the sands and starts attacking us. And it was just kind of a, oh, that's a boss moment. Madam?
Let us chat.
An invitation from Prince Renethal? How delicious. I simply cannot miss this.
Good day, Mum. Bob's your uncle? I don't know what that means. I just noticed my buff is called The Help. It was actually a pretty legit moment. After a little bit more digging, we found out that there's a talent you could take to give yourself access to see which bosses are currently active, at which point we hunted out the wolf boss, which was the only other boss that was active. And the wolf boss was interesting. So we get near the wolf boss, we're like, I don't see him, I don't see him. And then like 6 or 7 wolves attack us all at once. I should mention that wolves are pretty deadly in that game. So that was that was an issue. Can I, like, stop being...
Got a gig for me? Don't trust them.
How do I stop being this? That didn't work. Okay. Hey, there we go. So we're just, like, struggling. I couldn't right-click it, 5. We were just struggling against this pack of wolves. And you probably could guess what's happening because a pack of wolves attacked us. In the middle of the pack of wolves attacking us, like Scion the Blood Hunter spawns out of nowhere. Giant health bar pops up and he just starts lunging at us. While we're still dealing with the pack. That was fun. Good way to cap off the game. So that's going towards Neo, Xenoblade 3, and Dragons Dogma 2. Thank you, Enemy Show, as always. I'm a little sad we didn't get to fight the Mammoth boss. That's the one we really wanted to fight. But again, something governs when they spawn, and I don't know what that is.
Revendreth must be restored. My duty is to Revendreth, not the Master.
We walked in the winged shadows of my brothers and sisters in Armstone Barn. I have trained since they were first carved from stone. This is an ancient rite. If we cross this bridge on foot, defeating any who would dare stop us, we may have an audience with the mother of the Stoneborn. Know that our safe return is not guaranteed, so try not to offend her. I do not look forward to this.
Certain death and eternal torment are not reasons to fail in one's duty.
Yeah.
His elite forces hold this ward, and will strike at us from here.
Draven, you just shut up. Thank you. I saw what happened to Hackman and his wife. We've already uninstalled the game, Load. I mean, someone might fund it. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know, like, the multi-death? That's strange. I'm sure we'll have an explanation at some point, but last I checked, which was admittedly not very deeply, we don't have an answer to that. I mean, carbon monoxide will absolutely do that, and unless you know what you're paying attention for, you won't notice it, especially if you're asleep.
Stone Sister, I never wish to slay you. Please do not make me do so.
Well, time to slay her. We'll see, I suppose. I mean, they're gonna look into that, right? There's no way they won't. Good morning, Ross.
Mind your step here. We may have completed the trial, but it will not take much for the Stoneborn to try and take my head. And yours.
I mean, you can try.
I am not overly fond of heroes.
You curtailed your rage enough to cross the bridge despite those who stood in your way. This is progress. It's also the only time I'll permit you to enter my domain again, so present the reason for your intrusion.
I have... So, Draven, you continue to serve Prince Renethal, despite his many failures.
Mother of Stone, I serve Revendreth. At this time, The Dark Prince is the only one who has a plan to best do that. With this Mawwalker's help, we may undo the Master's blind devotion to the Jailer and the Maw.
Very well. I shall see what Renethal has to say. If nothing else, perhaps I might end this pointless struggle that has my children fighting each other.
Okay, then. As long as she's not a peacemonger, we're good.
Pools are the ideal place to dredge up new
Enemies approach! Man the mirrors! Those that try to breach our...
Hello, Mawwalker.
Ah, the Countess, mistress of the court. Always assume she is never alone. Always capable of great treachery.
There is no possibility of victory.
I remember when the first Stoneborn moved with the breath of anima infused by the stone rite. Never ever confuse her sympathy for her creations as weakness. Why would I ever consider sympathy to be weakness?
The drought, the lack of...
What kind of person do you think I am?
Jailer, all
Sorry, I should have said that
connected.
again. What kind of person do you think I am? The Tithe Lord. I believe he is 275th caretaker to lord over the village ward. He is dangerously ambitious, as every Harvester of Envy before him. Will help only if he believes he stands to gain more power. So can we kill him? Let me kill him. Please, let me kill him, boss. Let me kill him. Oh, God.
Darkness. Together.
Well, we have a quorum. You have done all you can for us at this stage. It falls to me now to convince these ancient fools to forsake the greatest patron in all reality and throw their lot in with me, a failed rebel with a new plan. Well, let's see if I can still sway a crowd, as it were. Wish me luck.
There is a simplicity. With the medallions combined, we can seize control of Revendreth.
You mean you could seize control? These are merely the ravings of a selfish prince, desperate to reclaim his former glory.
The bargain between Denathrius and the Jailer will leave us all to be consumed by the Maw. I want our ways to survive. If that makes me selfish, I would hope you were all selfish as well.
None of your grand words matter. You cannot defeat both the Jailer and the Master. I will not subject my Stoneborn children to further suffering.
God, they're so ugly. I love it.
Ha! I've heard enough. This usurper demands our medallions, but offers nothing. Ugh.
Why, Renethal, if only you had shown such passion ages ago. I find it positively enthralling. But I must agree with the others. You lack leverage.
It is endlessly interesting to me which one of them's walk and which one of them's float. It's like just a little bit of extra characterization for each Venthyr.
Ah, our potential savior of the Shadowlands has arrived.
Well, that could have gone better. I did not expect them to come around right away, but I'd hoped at least one or two of them might. Now we have to do it the hard way. We should leave before they send forces to recapture the tower.
You and me against the end of reality. We might need some help.
3 actually, Asmus. As long as it's nothing new. If you want to add something to the list, then you forfeit the trio, the plural vote, and you just put the one thing there. Honestly, I'm actually with you, Blade Traval. The loading... Okay, this is a really banal complaint. Load screens in WoW have been good forever. All the way back to vanilla, right? Material 3.6, 3. Did I fall out of order? Did I Survivor? And a third thing. But yeah, no, like the load screen for Shadowlands, sucks. on every level. Like, even just from a construction perspective. So we've got the Arbiter on the upper left, who is effectively a non-character, has already left the narrative in every way that matters in her very first scene, and never does anything. Yeah, hang on. Check this out. So we've got her on the upper left. That's going to load way too fast. Hang on. Let me see if I can find this. Give me a sec. Again, this is such a weird thing to fixate on, but it really needs to be emphasized how badly designed this is, especially compared to, you know, WoW's usual standard. So let's look at this thing, okay? Whoa! That's transparentized for some reason. That's weird. Whatever, we're just going to live with that. Come on, shrink. Okay, there. Alright, so, I guess you can see me now. So yeah, we've got the Arbiter in the upper left, who is functionally irrelevant and is part of a plotline that literally contradicts the rest of the story. In the upper right, you have the Jailer, and it really does just look like they copy-pasted his model in there. Like, I get they want him to be this looming darkness in the background. You'll notice also, by the way, on the left side is like this big bright thing. On the right side is this dark cloud. But that's the other thing that's really dumb about this. So look on the left. Look on the left for a second. We've got the Arbiter, the Archon of Bastion, and the Winter Queen of Ardenweald, who are all light-coded. They're all good guy-coded. Their stances are more heroic. There's more light over there. They're looking upwards, so you can see more of their face. Like, all of the visual storytelling indicators there are them being the good guys. On the right side, you have the bad guys. They're darker, they're more cast in shadow, they have more violent or more arrogant positions, and they've got the giant clouds of that. So on the right, you have the villains, and on the left, you have the good guys, except that's completely wrong. Right? That probably was the original idea, was that the Arbiter was going to be the good counterpart to the Jailer. The one and only thing that does actually counterpoint them correctly is, you notice, they both have the hull. They both have the circular hull, which makes sense given what we learn later. Other than that, it's... And so, yeah, so over here we have, like, probably the only one of all of these that's actually good, which is Denathrius, who's like, yes, I'm evil. But yeah, then we have freaking, I don't even remember his name, who was the temporary head of Maldraxxus, who died off camera before we even hit the Maldraxxus campaign. And then, yeah, and then the Jailer, who's just kind of hanging out there being like, what's up? I'm cool. How are things? Yeah, no, it would actually make sense. They couldn't rewrite him being a villain. What do you want to bet he was originally in the place of Garmal? Or Kel'Thuzad? I could see either, actually, because I have a weird theory that the idea for Kel'Thuzad being in this expansion didn't come in at launch. To explain that a little bit, it was something that wasn't designed when they started designing Shadowlands. Because I was paying attention, there is one hint, the hint that he exists at all in the whole campaign up until we get to the post-patch part of the Maldraxxus campaign, at which point it's all of a sudden the Archlich, and it's Kel'Thuzad. Like, he comes out of absolutely nowhere. So it wouldn't surprise me if that was originally going to be him, and they were like, wait, let's bring back a classic. Yeah, that's actually a good point, Luthor. This picture, this loading screen is technically impressive, like in terms of just artwork, but is wrong in every other way. You know what? Hang on a second. I just realized something. And that's that I'm being offered something. I should go play Monopoly Go for $200. Everyone, you should go immediately play this absolutely garbage mobile game, because I've been paid $200 to tell you to go play it. Oh, and I'm not supposed to say that part out loud, am I? That's what I thought. Where is this? What is this? Okay. I forgot to do that. Alright, so... Okay. Yep, advertisement has been received. Beep, boop. He looks like he's a pet that someone had to do some surgery on him, and they're making sure he doesn't gnaw on his own leg. Well, here's the thing, Magister. We were actually giving positives to loading screens, and then I sort of forgot to keep doing that. So we've got to go give some positives to previous expansions, because they're good. They're really good loading screens. WoW has good loading screens. So I'm just going to make a note here to go audit that in later. So that's Kata, Pandaria, which is an obvious one. Warlords, maybe? I don't remember Warlords. No, Warlords are good ones. Warlords are good ones. Legion has good one. Good ones, excuse me. BFA, yep. And then here we are to Shadowlands. So, yeah, I actually agree that that is legitimately a negative load screen. It's a really minor thing, but god dang it. Yeah, that's terrifying as it is. What was the name of the guy who died off camera? Rexus. Hey, Czar. So Cataclysm added the new load screens for the 2 continents, which is pretty good. We had one for Firelands. That's a really good one. What else we got here? All of the dungeon ones were really, really good in Cataclysm. Sorry, while I'm here, while it's on my mind, because I just realized we've actually already given a negative to load screens. I forgot about that. Remember that? We gave one to Wrath. Yeah, for Bolvar. Out of context, it makes no damn sense. In context, it's even weirder. I guess... What? So... Kata has some really solid artwork, though. Now let's look at Pandaria. Really quick. Why is the Lich King on fire? Yeah. Oh, man. Pandaria has such good artwork. Oh, look at that. Oh, that's gorgeous. Yeah, I'm thinking a triple for Pandaria. That's just really good. Oh, my gosh. So, I thought about that Blade Vault, and then I decided not to. Now, hang on. Now, hang on. Before you hate me for this, hear me out. Do you want to know how you see a load screen in WoW? It's fairly simple. All you have to do is enter an instance, a zone, that contains that load screen, okay? How do you see a load screen in FF14? I discovered this earlier this year when I was getting footage for the LGAs. You do not get one from zoning. I thought you did too. I even commented on this during the LGAs. I fully expected to give my personal best load screens to FF14. But you don't see them when you're zoning. If you warp around or walk through things, there's no load screen. It just goes to black, and then you zoom in where you are. The only way you see FF14's load screens is if you log out completely in an area, and then when you log in, it shows the load screen for where you're at. That's the only time. To say that's confusing is putting it mildly. Because I remember FF14's load screens being legit, but you never see them. I think we'll give 1 to Warlords. They're fine. Let's look at Legion. Like, Warlords load screens are basically the dungeon load screens are the only good ones there. So now Legion's load screen. So I actually don't like Legion's overall load screen. I've mentioned that. It's this ugly-looking demon. Varian looks weird. Sylvanas is in the background. It's just a weird shot of the Broken Shore, and it's not very good. Not a huge fan of them. But Legion's dungeon load screens are really good, and the Order Hall load screens are really good. Yeah. Like, there are some extremely good stuff. That's some great grammar, Laura. There are extremely good things, some great stuff, in some of the last side load screens. Like Suramar, the Raid, the Nighthold. Oh my god. And then there's Antorus, the Nightmare, which shows Ilgnyoth. Yeah, no, so we'll put that as decent. Let's look at BFAs. So, Jaina versus Gorak Tool, that's fine. Talanji, Razan, and a Sethrak was a weird pick. Still decent. Let's see if we can find some dungeon load screens, because there's the Expeditions one. What is this? A Shrine of the Storm. That's really cool looking. There's the Battle for Dazar'alor, which is legit. Najatar, of course, has a fantastic load screen. Go figure. Exile's Reach has a really good one, too. Unrelated, but I just happened to see it right there. Oh, the Siege of Borealis. That's a good load screen. And that's a good... Yeah, okay, so we'll put this as another double. Those are all good. Okay. Yeah, sorry, when I say load screen, ironically, I mean something other than loading screen. I know that's strange, but the loading screen... I can't even show you. It's the thing that you see when you log in. Personal favorites in no particular order. Wrath, Kata, Dragonflight. Although, actually, I did like Shadowlands' loading screen. Weirdly enough. The really good framed shot of Icecrown Citadel. You know, the place we went to briefly once and then never went back to? It's a good shot. It's just, it has nothing to do with anything. Sounds familiar? Okay, sorry about that derailment. Let's get back to the quests. Oh yeah, I want to jot that down first. Sorry, one more derailment. Endless derailment. BFAs is pretty decent, too. There are add-ons to change your loading screen. I think. There used to be. I haven't actually looked in a long time. This is years ago now. I did really like the Dragonfly one, though. Well, hang on. Let me write down my notes before I get into this. Give me a sec. Why is there no music in here? Lol. Ah! Ba 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 na 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 ba ba. Oh, sorry. The Medallion of Desire rests upon the neck of the Countess. It's a source of power for her, but not her only source of power. Claiming it by force would merit us only a short victory. For this, we must be much more subtle. Luckily for us, Theotar has come with a plan, but he needs your help. Speak with him, see what the two of you can do. Theotar.
Can you spare a moment, dearest friend?
For you, always.
Care for a quick stroll? If you discover my teapot, drink it!
Wait, drink the pot? Are you sure? Okay, buddy. I believe I know how we can obtain the Countess's medallion and avoid making enemies. Before being cast into the light, I held a prominent position within the Countess's court, as she bestowed upon me an estate with direct access to her private chambers. So much sex, you have no idea. If the estate still stands, you can use it to sneak into the Countess's manor and steal the medallion without ever drawing your weapon. I take this note to my trusted butler. He will provide whatever assistance you need.
A life-changing conversation.
By the way,
I'll remember it always.
this is Ronan. You know, cast your eyes to the sky. That guy.
If you discover my parasol, protect it. If you discover my shirt, the spring in my step is only matched by the lightness of my soul. What an occasion this will be!
Speaking of very minor irritations, why do I have to actually click these to go through these? I know, it's a minor thing, but like what could happen is you click the thing and then you drag it out and then that unlocks it if it is unlockable. But no, instead you have to click it, then drag, then unlock. Or then confirm. 3 steps instead of 1. Then again, I have a very strong feeling that that entire interface is very,
I warn you, I tolerate no
twig and wire put together. Alright, Theotar, just because I love you, buddy. You are now level 38. Wait. Now you're level 46. Okay, cool. We're good. There's a golf course? Also, is there a quicker way out of here that doesn't involve the stairs?
My master did say to serve everyone.
See, what else has he voiced? Oh, he's done a bunch of stuff. I recognize a lot of anime. So many voice actors do anime. It's such a shame. Wasting away their talents on such frivolous pursuits.
Enemies approach. Man the mirrors. Those that try to breach our walls will be met with
This is
light.
a lot of anime, my god. He's apparently also the voice of Torbjorn in Overwatch. Gotta be honest, didn't hear that. Because I'm not too much of an Overwatch head or whatever.
Oh, something new.
Bogdan, dear sir, I have escaped exile thanks to my new ally who stands before you. I do regret not being able to deliver this note in person. But you understand, I cannot risk being seen once again in the city. A swift shot will ensure will assume my role. Please ensure they have full access to the estates. Warm regards. He's apparently an Attack on Titan. Someone named Roeg. Oh my god. So he is in one role that I recognize. I'll bring it up when we hear him again. I hope Ross is there for that. He'll get a kick out of that.
Approach freely.
He reads the words quickly, his eyes welling with tears as a smile spreads across his face. The Duke lives. What splendid news.
For the Master.
If the plan is to revive the estate, we first need the keys. When Theodore was exiled to the Ember Ward, he lost all titles and property, meaning the estate fell into the hands of another aristocrat. The new owner's a mystery to me, but the household staff almost always carry keys on them, as they do their business at the Old Gate.
See yourself out. May you rise.
Unfortunately, when ownership of the estate changed hands, the staff were all displaced and forced to find new work. Some of us found suitable roles with favorable households. After all, everyone needs a sommelier. Do they? Well, others were not so lucky. They're still here in the Old Gate, taking odd jobs to survive. I'm sure they'll be eager to work for the Duke once they've learned we've reestablished the foothold. The household. Seek them out. Present this offer of employment.
Going so soon.
Well, I want you to hear his voice, so it's an immediate contrast, Ross. So let me finish this quest as quickly as I can. And then hopefully I'll be able to share something with you that you might find mildly amusing. Hurriedly kill people. Die, 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 die. Die, 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 die. Die, 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 die.
I would wager you are hiding many dark secrets.
It's a dangerous game he's playing. The Countess decides who occupies the estate, not Borg.
For the
Nevertheless, I accept.
What have you done?
What, you're just permanently dead. It's fine. Vampires. Eternal life, blah, 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 endless torment. What are we if not slaves to this torment? I mean, I gotta be real. If you offered me a chance to be a Venthyr, but I had to look like this, I would say no because of that alone.
This realm.
I'm not even ashamed of that. I'm not looking like freaking Nosferatu. I'd rather look like Diamond Boy than this. Bleh!
We have eternity to...
I'd always hoped to return to the estate. And Bogdan's offer is quite generous, but I'll need some time to think this over.
It has been so long since I laid hands on...
Well, it's about time. I've never felt right having someone else take residence of the estate. That's another thing. You also have to live in Revendreth. Do you like sunlight? Sucks to be you!
Darkest greetings.
You've recovered the key.
Seeing you.
Yes.
You must.
I've done some digging and discovered that Viscount Nikolai is the new inhabitant of the Thornhill Manor. A vile thing. It took us weeks to rid the estate of his stench. Hopefully you can rid us of him in a much timelier fashion.
Go safely.
Speaking as someone who absolutely hates the woods, the wilds, and nature, yeah, I'd take Ardenweald over Revendreth.
I will not let the manor fall into mortal hands.
Okay. I got really good news for you, buddy. This ain't for me.
The Countess will avenge me!
I'll say, there's horror in Revendreth, but not that type.
I would wager you are hiding many dark secrets.
Why would Our Lady choose such a loud as her paramour? Regardless, Thornhill Manor is ours once again.
Be seeing you.
I assure you, this is not how we left the place. Yeah, this is a dump, dude. Never would leave the manor falling into such an estate. At least the mirror is still intact. That's what's important. You can use it to enter the Countess's private chambers discreetly and recover the medallion. Go quickly, before word spreads of what we've done.
May you rise ever higher.
Okay, I guess I'll go ahead and walk through. Ah!
I've been expecting you.
Hi.
Come. Let us find a more comfortable place to chat.
So,
No need to be on edge. As you can see, my guards have been instructed to treat you as a guest.
Hi.
You will enjoy my hospitality, so long as you remain receptive to what I have to say.
Noble soirees are one way to keep
Shut up.
Disguise yourself as a dredger.
What secrets have you to spill?
How nice it is to finally come face to face with the revered Mawwalker.
Do come again.
Even though you arrived here uninvited, you weren't unexpected. I know all that goes on in my district. Let's share a meal and speak of matters at hand. I believe there's a way we can both get what we want. Sorry, Razan! Razan, get off the table! Razan! God! Manners.
Please, take a seat.
Thank you, lady. Sorry about my dinosaur. He's dead.
Understood. That was a command, not an offer. You came here with the intent of stealing my medallion. No need to deny it. I am just stating the known facts.
Nice cheese.
I am grateful we have this chance at civilized discourse, since stealing from an aristocrat could find you making atonement. Or worse.
Lady, I could just kill you.
But please, eat. Let us not speak of such heinous crimes.
I'm gonna go for the cheese.
Ignore my hospitality.
I'm going for the cheese, God!
No need to steal anything. In fact, I am prepared to give you my medallion.
Huh?
You see, the medallion is powerful, yes, but it is not my sole source of influence.
Uh-huh. This cheese is really good.
The role I play in this society is a crucial one. All I ask is that you take the time to learn a bit about what I do, and the medallion will be yours. It really is quite that simple.
Thanks for the cheese.
You have my ear. That will be all.
I make it my business to know what is going on in my district. Traditionally, we use stone fiends to relay messages, but my informants have alerted me to some suspicious communications going on at the Old Gate. A Venthyr has been hired to run missives between two undisclosed parties. When someone puts that much effort into concealing their identity, it can never be good. Find this courier, tell them the game was rigged from the start, and then shoot them in the head.
And leave the same way you entered. We cannot risk others discovering our partnership.
Okay. Thanks. Hey, where'd the gargoyle guy? Ah, whatever. I was gonna tell the gargoyle guy no hard feelings, but yeah. Oh, hey. That was really fast. Could you clean my place up? Please? Okay. Look, I'm off saving the world, like, every other week. It's really quite frustrating, actually. I've got this wonderful mushroom garden I haven't been able to tend in, God, like a year and a half at this point. I don't know. They keep changing the timeline on me, so I'm not actually sure how long it's been. Oh yeah, sorry about the cheese falling out of my belly. It's just...
You know nothing of the matters you meddle in.
So listen, if you give me the letter, I'll let you live. It's really simple.
The Countess will fall!
Okay, so, like, when I say... Oh, whatever. My dear friend and ally, it's time I call upon your house for support. We must rid ourselves of the Countess. Her loyalties no longer lie with the Master. She accommodates mortals in their city as if they're equals. The party on the terrace presents itself the perfect place to strike. You must find a way to secure an invitation. United, our houses will be strong enough to usurp this mortal sympathizer. Chauncey, the chocolate icing! Okay, sorry.
Your attire is quaint.
The Countess maintains a stoic expression as she carefully scans the missive, her grip tightening the longer she reads. This letter was penned by Andre of House Iremore. I'd know that scroll anywhere, and it would appear he's plotting to overthrow me.
Do come again.
Calamity!
Until we...
While the missive made it clear that Andre is displeased with my position, nothing in the letter identifies his co-conspirator. All we really know is they're trying to gain access to my soiree this evening so they can carry out their plans. Let's make it easy for them, shall we? Head to the Revendreth district and deliver this invite to the prominent houses. This will be sure the traitors show up.
Be well. That will be all. Do come again.
It's no use trying to get Andre to talk, to tell us who he's working with. He won't talk. We can't risk alerting his accomplice. We need to get rid of him, and it needs to look like an accident. Once he's been dealt with, set fire to his rug, burn the estate down. He isn't someone you want coming into power. He is as ruthless as he is cruel.
Until we meet again.
The Revendreth district is home to the most affluent Venthyr in all of Revendreth. Its denizens spare no expense on the upkeep of their extravagant gardens. Where do they get the money? What's money? Where do they get the anima? Well, they take it from the poor, of course. Jump cut to the entire district being on fire.
Be well.
By the way, you guys want to hear something kind of funny? So I was playing Icarus last night. I already talked about that. And one of my friends asked if I was going to be playing as Swiftshot for the upcoming campaign stuff. And I was like, yes, actually, we're going to go ahead and do that for Revendreth. That's the idea. Pax then jumps in and says, who's Swiftshot and why does anybody care? I then had to explain Swiftshot. Now, this is going to sound strange. What? But even Pax, who doesn't watch me and doesn't find me particularly funny, liked Swiftshot. I'm kind of weirded out by that. I have apparently just completely stumbled into a good character by total freaking coincidence. And without intention or design. Yep, the vampire, he wanted to.
You are not one of us.
You are dead. Yeah, there's just this undead guy who's just like, hey, what's going on? You eat that? Oh, hey, try the cheese. It's really good.
This cannot be the end.
It's true, Revendreth. One terrible accent. Two terrible accents. One constitution class. Elmo, you have screwed up. Get back here so I can brutally murder you. So badly, Lord had to ask Mr. Red to remove that joke from the highlight reel. Like, some of the joke is retained, but man, Mr. Red went a little bit overboard with that one. It was really violent. It was kind of weird. It's like, Jesus Christ, Mr. Red, what are you doing? And Mr. Red's like, I just loves the killing. I was like, okay, Mr. Red, please put down the knife, Mr. Red. I want to put down the knife. Mr. Red, I need you to back away slowly. Got a gun, Mr. Red. Don't make me shoot, Mr. Red. Don't make me do it. And Mr. Red, like, shoves his face up against the barrel of the gun, so the gun's, like, right up his forehead. He's like, oh, yeah? Shoot me, then! Shoot me! And I'm just sobbing.
Has the Countess really sent a mortal to do her bidding?
I know. It's so gauche, isn't it? My favorite part is you actually think you got a chance at this. Like, you have a lot of health, buddy, but I've got an entire army of beasts here. Oh no, I'm scared! Wait.
Will not delay our plan.
I'm not scared at all. What the hell? Did we decide he's our canonical Beastmaster? Hang on, so I only have 2 hunters, I think. And I know Zelona is survival. Oh no, I do have 3. The Kultiran. Yeah, and the Kultiran is Marks. So the Kultiran is Marks, the Blood Elf is survival. And yeah, that does make Swiftshot Beast. Yeah, that tracks.
Noble soirees are one way.
Shut up!
Disguise yourself.
There's no reason to be rude.
What secrets have you to spill? That will be all.
You're quite thorough, aren't you? I can see the flames from here. While you were out, I took the liberty of having some proper legwear altered to fit you. I am sure I have sized you up properly.
Be well. Until we meet
She
again.
inspects the mushrooms with a wry smile. A rich color means the spores will be potent.
Do come again.
Oh no, that's it. Has that been happening this whole time? I just got the plate, leather, cloth, and mail versions of that piece. I think? No? No, I've gotten 2 leather. No, okay, I did get the mail. Never mind, it was being weird. Okay, it is correct. That's cool. Yeah, by the way, here's mail. I guess I could show this stuff off. We do need to go through the outfits at some point. Not today, not today. We've already had some delays today. Here's mail, just while we're here. I like how it's like campaign, but campaign isn't an option. What is wrong with you, Shadowlands? I can't even pick it. It's not there. Hang on. Shadowlands. Yeah, Venthyr. Okay. Are they all the same? That can't be right. Hang on. Okay, no, there. Okay, so there's leather. There's cloth. Oh my god, look at cloth. Hey. I'm an evil shadow priest. Plate mail. Mail. Oh, I'm already on mail. I didn't see plate. Or at least I didn't think I said plate. There. Why does mail and plate look identical? Is that me? Okay, never mind. This is mail. Why was mail... Okay, whatever. Hi. I look dumb. See, it's supposed to be a gargoyle, but, like, without wings, which is just kind of gross.
Your attire is quaint.
Thanks. Once the party begins, I will be occupied with a plethora of nobles that wish to cling to my side. And that's why I need you to mingle. Speak with the attendees. See if you can determine which house is conspiring against me. Be warned, invited guest or not, these aristocrats can smell an outsider. You won't receive a warm welcome from anyone.
Until we meet again.
No, I smell good. I take a lot of care, because, you know, I'm dead, so... Anyways. Look, you gotta really work at it when you're dead, okay? I'm just saying. I'm just gonna keep leveling Theatar. Screw it. Yeah, we've got scented candles and everything. That's why it's on the armor suit. It makes so much sense. Are you enjoying yourself? Yes, I am. Thank you. It's rare to get invited to these sort of things.
Oh. Something...
I'm here for business, not pleasure. Now, excuse me, please. I'm supposed to be meeting someone.
Welcome. For the master.
I'd rather be home with my cat. Have you seen Lord Andre? He should have been here by now. No! I haven't seen him. Oh, God. He can't lie. Swiftshot is like a terrible liar. Right? Like, it just makes so much sense. Hey, Swiftshot, is that Razan, the Tyrannus, the Loa of Kings, as your pet? No. He's, Nizan. Razan's older brother. From Cleveland.
Your presence is ruining this party.
Oh, sorry. Let me just kill you really quick.
You will not leave here alive.
You gotta kill your friend, too. Sorry. Sorry. I'm personal, but you did attack me. Yeah, I know. Swift shot to Revendreth. How are you enjoying yourself? About as much as a dagger to the eye. Soon we won't have to endure these self-indulgent soirees.
Really?
You're enjoying yourself? Not really, but you won't tell, will you? Lord Andre's usually the life of the party, but I haven't seen him anywhere.
Welcome. You will not leave here alive. You will be forgotten.
This display of excess disgusts me. Does the Countess think she can control us with these parties? Yeah. I've attended better parties. Did Lord Andre send you? Never mind, just go away. How could I not enjoy myself when I'm among the most prominent and Venthier in all of Revendreth? Yes, yes.
I hope you are not enjoying my hospitality too much. There is work to be done, after all.
The cheese wasn't that good, lady.
Let us chat. Do come again.
There are like many in attendance who wish me harm. I trust you've done your job in determining which house has been working with Andre. Once they're named, I'll trust you will enact justice immediately.
Be well.
Oh my god. I don't know? What? Okay, so it was like Lady Rodica, but who the hell is Rodica from? Did it say? Hang on. I was actually paying attention to who was, like, being suspicious. But only their names, not their houses. Okay, Lady Rodica, what are you from? Okay, House Sinfang. Okay. And then, let's see. Elenuta was the other one. She was up here. Elenuta. They're all named, too. What is this, Suramar again? There she is. And you are Iremore. So Iremore or Sinfall? Let's go with Sinfall. That feels like a little bit more sus to me.
You have my ear.
Or Sinfang, excuse me.
Of course. House Sinfang. Chancellor Katina leads them. Find her and enact immediate justice.
Oh my god, it doesn't matter, does it? It didn't play for me, Mr. Floyd. It still hasn't played, actually. Okay, what's the name of this quest? Enacting Immaculate Justice. Oh my god, it doesn't matter, does it? Hang on, I'm looking it up. Yeah, Lenareth said the same thing. Oh my god, it really doesn't matter. Holy crap.
A Venthyr that consorts with mortals is not fit to lead. I will finish what Andre started. In the Master's name, my house will prevail.
I think my favorite part about my overall setup, because I'm full pet spec, if you remember, I'm swarm spec. So I get 2 Razans temporarily when I just go full tilt. I think that's a good way to do it, because I just checked the responses for all the other ones. Apparently, all the houses are conspiring against her, which makes sense, doesn't it?
Let us chat. That will be all.
Like, in some circumstances, this would irritate me, but here, that's just part of the kitsch. Hey, Mr. Red, it's a vampire court. Figure out which one is conspiring against everyone else. Hint, it's all of them.
Be well. Until we meet...
I hope you see how important it is the role that I play. My parties serve a greater purpose. Keeping the influential and elite entertained quells uprisings. If their minds are consumed by trivial things, they don't have time to plot or plan. Sometimes battles are best fought before they begin. Giving you my medallion is an example of that. Holy crap, she has a brain! She recognizes that we were going to kill her ass to take the medallion if we had to. We may not be allies, but we are not enemies either.
Until we meet again, more Walker.
I like her. Okay, now to see if Ross is still here, because I've long since lost him. He bailed on me. So the next one is Avarice. That should be fun. Where am I? Turn around. Should there be a... Okay. It shouldn't... What? Hello? Oh, there it is. Sorry, seeing things. Or I guess not seeing things. Whatever. Okay, so apparently I don't turn into him, which is a shame. But you see this guy over here? This is Theatar. Listen to him for a second.
What a spicy aroma. You would make a great tea. Forgive my appearance. My hair is quite unruly today. It is a pleasure, Maw Walker. Insanity is no excuse for bad manners.
That's the voice of Shido. He actually voices a bunch of stuff. But that's Shido from Persona 5, for those of you not catching the name. He's in a bajillion animes. I don't recognize most of these, so I can't speak to these, but that caught me immediately. Dude has some range. He's in several Fire Emblems as characters I don't recognize. I think they're side characters. Let's see what else. Yeah, he's Tormbjorn. I already mentioned that. He is the voice of Vector the Crocodile in the Sonic games. He apparently plays Lex Luthor in the Arkham games. Didn't know Lex was even in those games, honestly. He plays Mr. Bad in the Hyperdimension Neptunia games. What? Oh god, he plays a lot of people in Skyrim. Including the Emperor. Would be significant other than the Emperor? These are jumping out at me. God, NPCs in Skyrim are so indistinct. Is that just me? Hang on. Fire Emblem. He plays Saber in Shadows of Valentia, and Saber in Heroes, and apparently that's it. Sorry. Just saw one other one that caught mine. Then I'll move on. Sorry. I always find voice actors fascinating. It's always a little interesting to go down the rabbit hole a little bit on it. it is. He apparently is several roles in Naruto. I don't recognize any of these, though. Yura, Kimimaro, Hagoromoro, Kusune Sukune, Kyusuke, Mujin, Kinkaku, Io, and Natsu. Whatever those are. Anyways.
A most gracious farewell to you.
Yep, Keith Silverstein. He's prolific.
Come forth, catalyst of change. The drought, the lack of souls, the jail.
Oh god, Tabitha Germain is crazy. Also one of my favorite actresses ever, but still crazy.
I look upon you and dare to feel hope.
The Countess gave it up without a fight. We might have an ally, yeah.
There is a simplicity in inevitability.
Okay.
And what can this humble fallen prince do for you today?
Okay, I was about to say, where's the next quest? The Medallion of Avarice was the tool of the Curator. With its power, granted her authority over the Catacombs Ward. Combined with her knowledge of the vast library of sin stones Revendreth has accumulated over the ages, the Curator was a master of her craft. When Denathrius defeated my first rebellion, he tossed both myself and the Curator into the maw. The Curator was clever, though, and she hid the medallion before Denathrius could act.
Welcome, my fellow doomed friend.
The Curator is one of the few remaining true Venthyr forged during the founding of Revendreth. Her memory is vast, but her time in the Maw has fragmented the order of those memories. She will need your help.
We are doomed.
I asked the Curator with we requiring the Medallion of Avarice. However, since her return from the Maw, her mind is a bit chaotic. Do be kind, will you? I ask that you lend her assistance in her search. She's at the Crypt of the Forgotten.
We face the unending, undefeatable.
Why would anyone walk anywhere? Another satisfied patron.
I'm actually liking Venthyr so far, quite a bit. I can't wait for it to just suddenly start sucking the moment we hit 9.1. Because 9.1 is where quality goes to die. Seriously, do you think we'll get a single positive during the 9.1 content? Real question. I don't know. Visuals? So 9.1 is Kurthia, which is basically the Maw again. But maybe. That's true, we will have Sanctum.
This is worse than I assumed, Moorwalker. The Crypt Ward has plunged into chaos in my absence. There is much to do.
Yeah, we might get some visual positive for the raid. That's actually very valid. Excuse me.
Nice to meet you. Oh, or did we already do that?
The Catacombs of Regret have erupted into chaos, and Denathrius' forces infest the Archivum. Luckily, we were able to bring some stability to the Crypt of the Forgotten with the help of some Venthyr from Absolution, but the remnants of destruction remain. Prince Renethal trusted me to retrieve the Medallion of Avarice, but I am in no state to engage in hostilities. I need assistance.
I hid my medallion through this mirror before Denathrius cast me into the maw. To prevent him from reaching it, I cleaved the glass. I entrusted each of the halves to my subordinates. Oh! It is imperative we reach them before Denathrius' forces do. Oh. Hello. You'll need to wait your turn for torment.
We must retrieve those mirror shards before Denathrius' lackeys do. It's the only way to access the crypt I concealed my medallion within.
Revendreth is a servant of two masters.
Watcher Emil is my most trusted overseer of the catacombs. catacombs. Before I was thrown into the maw, half of the mirror was entrusted to him. I had him stationed at the Catacombs of Regret, but I do not know where in the sprawl he is. There's a guard station near the entrance to the catacombs. Start the search there. There's an officer who can help us. I can't remember who. But that is, provided they survive this whole mess. You have to find Emil at once. We may not have much time.
Now, which order did I set those tomb traps in?
Thank God for Dragonflight. Woo! And we're here. Bam. Oh, good. Reinforcements. Wait, you're not a vent, yeah?
Greetings.
Yeah, the curator sent me. I'm here with Obi-Wan Kenobi.
You cannot evade your past.
We lost contact with Emil when the chaos erupted. We sent guardsman Doran to help him. If you're going deeper into the catacombs, we could use your help.
Secret shall be your soul.
The reinforcements never came, leaving us unable to tend to the souls here. They've begun to break out of their cells. Many of them are not ready for the next step in the process. Take these chains, they can rein them under your control. Once you have them bound, return to any intact cage you find.
No sin is forgotten.
When the anima drought began, our defenses began to fall. Our guards, weakened by the lack of anima, became overrun as sin stones. As the sin stones this land is built upon rose up around us. Not to mention the manifestations of souls who can no longer be tended to are running wild.
You still have time.
Once I had power, greatness.
Whoop. Sorry. Didn't mean to kill you. The pets, they're just so hungry, you know. I'm a soul. I know, I'm sorry.
End this suffering.
There we go. Sinstones are such a great idea. So much of Revendreth is a fascinating concept, really. It's a shame it's probably always been a monument to one jackass's ego. Because when the first ones built him, they forgot to increase his dick size.
End this suffering.
You know, real talk. Eject the jailer. I mean, all rewrites of Shadowlands involve ejecting the jailer. Replace him with Denathrius, make Denathrius the main villain, and make his main motivation being pissed that he's not even more than he is, because he doesn't like the fact that he's a robot. Like, I'm summarizing a bit, but you get the general idea, right? I rule over an entire realm of the undead. Of the dead, excuse me, not the undead. I determine who lives, who dies, who goes forward. And I can never do such and such. Yeah, like, he's so limited, right? Honestly, some Battlestar Galactica vibes there, for those of you who understand the reference. So, Tabitha St. Germain's very first acting role. I'm guessing it was quite a while ago. Like, probably 80s or 90s. Star Wars Ewoks? Oh my god. Yeah, actually, Xavion. Yeah. It's a true rarity we give a raid negatives to story, because most raids are actually pretty good on the story axis. Visually, if nothing else. When we get to the final raid of Shadowlands, you will see something truly rare, which is negatives to story for a raid. Like, we've only done that a few times, usually for when they completely ruin a character by making them a raid boss, right? Like, we did it with Kel'Thuzad. We did that with Zool. I feel like there's, like, one other time we did that. It is not common. That could work. You're right, Kira White. A raid divided cannot withstand the negatives to come. By the way, not that I'm really complaining, but I kind of am.
Suffering.
We are several days into this game. We are well over the halfway mark of Shadowlands. How many of you remember that I've been keeping track of every time the jailer has shown up on camera? Bonus question. Can any of you guess how many times it's happened so far? It is an absolutely pitiable number. It is 4. Grey Wolf is correct, although you were very close, obviously, Blade 12. 4 times. 4 times he showed up on camera, and that's counting when Jaina conjured the appearance of him. It's pathetic. Now, I know what you're thinking, less jailer is good, but the problem is, that kind of villain can work. Like we talked about, it's Sauron, Lord of the Rings trilogy. Easy answer. But you have to do all kinds of other things to really flesh out that character in order to make that work. Sauron was felt in, like, so much of what was happening in those movies because his presence was constant. Lavos is another good example of this. Everything always is constantly revolving around Lavos. So even though both characters show up very minuscule amount of times, there's so much that is influenced and affected by them, and every time they do show up, it's a big freaking deal. How many of you remember the second time the jailer showed up? For those of you who don't remember, I'll remind you. It's when he was killing Bane. In fact, I gave a separate negative for that moment. Let's go ahead and scroll up here. Where was that negative? Where was that negative? That's right. He had exactly one line of dialogue, which was, and I quote, "Pitiful mortal." That's not how you establish a villain. And that's not how you make their presence on screen matter. That is the most generic no, it's not, Act. That is the most generic goddamn line you could possibly think of. You're probably right, Monobret. That probably was one of the 15 arcs they were thinking of when they were going through it. Yeah, Twitch likes to randomly mute VODs. This is a thing I've noticed over literally years of streaming. I'm fairly certain Emil is in the small catacomb at the base of the now-ruined guard tower. If I can reach it. Progress has been ground to a halt. The Sinstone construct pose a threat to even our strongest to struggle against. I thought salvation had come when we saw the cloaked scouts, but they drew their blades against us. The reason for this betrayal evades me. I can only hope they tire of hunting before they find me. Yeah. But yeah, I have a feeling that they wanted the jailer to be like, what do they call that? Means justifies the ends, right? Or ends justify the means, excuse me. The other way around, the other way around. And instead, well, here we are. Actually, yeah, off the deeper end. I got another example for you. Yeah, Sephiroth. I was just about to mention Sephiroth. Sephiroth's presence is constant. It helps that a huge chunk of the first half of FF7, you are following in Sephiroth's path, so you constantly are seeing the effects of his passage. It's a good way to have a villain have presence, even if they don't have screen time. And yeah, as Monobret points out, let's just be honest with ourselves, it was probably just Sargeras again. Yeah, the Anima Drought, by contrast, has presence everywhere. You know another plot thread that has presence in all 4 zones? The Void Attack. We pointed that out as we were going. For whatever reason, the Void Attack is a constant element. Well, constant's the wrong word. It is a persistent element across the 4 zones. And we see its consequences and effects in all 4 zones. And obviously the drought is everywhere. The drought is inescapable. Every zone is being affected by the drought. We've got the intense overtaxation cruelty of the Venthyr. We have the literal sacrifices that people have to make to keep the forest alive in Ardenweald. We have the fact that the Maldraxi are scavenging even each other just to survive with what they have. And the total airport waiting line hell that is Bastion right now. All 4 zones are drowning, ironically, in the drought. The jailer? I was thinking that too, Xavion, because Blizzard is usually very good about their color coding. They're very video game about it, but I don't mind that because they're usually pretty good about it. If you see something that looks like such and such, that's usually a bit of visual storytelling. That's a hint, right? It's one of the reasons it irritated me so much when so many of her attacks don't look like death magic. They don't look like domination magic, and they don't look like the Maldraxi magic. They just look like void. Which...
You make me miss my mortal body.
Thanks, I guess. That wasn't the first assassin I've had to deal with so far, and it won't be the last. The Curator must have sent you. Someone has turned our allies at the Archivum against us. I have the mirror shards she entrusted me. We must move quickly, my friend.
Never forget. How you live determines your eternity.
We must move now. That won't be the last assassin we face. I can provide some cover of darkness, but mind that the spell is not infallible. Enough talking. The Curator needs us and my mirror shards as soon as possible.
Leave this place before it is too late.
Is that Reed again? Dominic Keating?
Darkest greetings. The Master is watching. Always watching. I hear you've seen the Master. Did he mention me? Figures. First new soul I see in ages is still alive.
I think that is Dominic Keating with his voice pitched up. Yeah. I mean, it is my strongest theory that that was the closest thing to an original storyline they had off the deeper end. And then everything went wrong everywhere, and so the other 3 storyline ideas they had all kind of just fell apart and didn't connect with each other properly. So, as a challenge to myself, I found myself thinking, how would I actually make the jailer be a Sauron, right? Like, make him have presence without screen time. Oh, hello. Emil, we've been looking for you. The Sire requires the mirror shard the Curator gave you. Denathrius, how could you side with him after he cast the Curator into the maw? Traitor. Me, a traitor? By the Mawwalker's presence, I can see you're the real traitor. Deal with these 2 and return the mirror shard to me in the Archivum. And then bring me the chocolate icing. Love explosive shot, by the way. I should have known Mateo would betray us. If you ask me, he was never trustworthy. I'll meet you and the Curator at the Crypt of the Forgotten. Isn't that, like, right here? Oh, right.
Shall we begin? Darkness is its own comfort. We should have plenty of time together.
That's a weird bug, but okay. But the problem I'm running into... Sorry, let me finish my sentence. The problem I'm running into with turning the jailer into a Sauron-type character is...
Emil, you are safe!
Is that there's voice acting.
Mateo has betrayed you. He returned to Archivum. It seems he will stop at nothing to acquire your medallion for the Sire.
Then I fear we do not have much time. We must put a stop to this now. I was fine before the Maw. Now everything's fuzzy.
Yeah. Thank you for bringing him here safely. I am glad he is alive. With his mirror shard in hand, we now have the unfortunate task of obtaining Mateo's mirror shard. I can't believe he betrayed us. Many Venthyr have reverted to their sinful ways, it seems.
Revendreth is a...
That's true, Monobrent. It's probably why the game is scoring as well as it is.
Now...
Mateo will have other mirror shards we need to access the medallion. He's likely in my former manor in Archivum. It's guarded by Norman, a loyal dredger. Norman is ever committed to his duties regardless of the situation. Mateo likely maintained the same rule to access the manor. Possess the fangs of those granted access. If you collect the fangs of his commander, Norman will let you pass.
Somehow we forgot how to be Venthyr.
One more thing I forgot to mention. Apologies. The mirror, once complete, is inherently cursed by design. You need to locate my Death Lotus powder. It was in one of the crypts in the Archivum. I can't recall which. You're going to have to brute force this one.
Revendreth is a servant of two masters.
The Archivum has been overrun by Denathrius' lackeys. We must eliminate these intruders. From the look of things, they have resorted to tearing the Archivum down. Stop them before it's too late.
Just a few...
Without the shard of the mirror Mateo holds, we will not reach the medallion in time.
Yeah, that's another thing. They clearly wanted the jailer to be the villain of Warcraft. Not of Shadowlands. Not of WoW. Warcraft. That's not even presumption. That is literally what they said off camera in interviews, that he was the villain of the entire Warcraft setting. Anyways.
No! This was my chance to make it.
Sorry.
For the Master!
So to finally finish my stupid sentence. The problem I have with trying to turn him into a Sauron-type villain is I have nothing to anchor him to. Like, I think, okay, how do we establish him as a more interesting environmental villain? Okay, well, we have to have there be some kind of presence, which means there has to be activities, motives, and goals, and all kinds of fun stuff like that.
For the Master!
Problem. Who is, or what is the jailer?
Find the secrets!
He barely has a personality, as we've established, and in fact, excuse me, the game hasn't even established this yet, but as we will later establish, he only has one character trait. Cruelty. That's it. So he's cruel.
You should be running.
And he wants to dominate all of reality, even though domination was actually the Primus's thing, not his. Yeah, Sauron, there's things you can anchor to, right? The ring, the orcs, the will to dominate all life. Arrogance, obviously. Hell, we can tell who Sauron is in inverse, too, by seeing who opposes him and why. Why is a spider... You know what, I don't even want to know. Oh yeah, no, I talked about that earlier, Bregman. The pacing of the finale is just breakneck. It really did feel like they were just like, let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go.
This realm.
So who supports the jailer? Okay, that's valid. So we've got Mwazala. We've already dealt with him. He was the original Loa of Death. There's Helya. We have only seen her once. Let's see. We have Denathrius. He's a robot in charge of rehabilitation. Sylvanas. She's in favor of free will, which is why she's following someone whose only main shtick is called literally domination with a capital D. Let's see, what else? I think I'm missing someone there. Oh yeah, right, sorry. Kel'Thuzad, for absolutely no goddamn reason. Let's see, what else? I know there's someone on the Kyrian side. I don't even remember who it is. It's some random Kyrian. I don't know who they are. It doesn't matter. It's a Kyrian. I think that's everyone. I mean, I suppose the intended connecting thread here is probably supposed to be the theme of death. As we've pointed out several times, in the actual dialogue, every now and again, they refer to him with, rather than calling him the Banished One, or calling him the jailer, or Zoval, which is his name. They instead call him Death, capital D, Death. Now, that's almost assuredly part of some plot thread that was abandoned at some point along the line. Such as muddles things even more.
Find the secrets.
But that is the only connected thread there that I can think of. It's all death-related. You know, the Kyrians are dead, and Denathrius is dead, or he's in charge of the dead. Mozal is Loa of the dead. Helia's, you know, kind of dead-related. Sort of. Yeah, correct, Blade Jamal. Most of death is actually against him. You see the problem I'm running into. I consider myself a fairly skilled writer, all things considered, and I'm just running into a wall trying to come up with some way to take what already exists and turn it into a character for him. Because it's like,
The artifacts will be claimed in our master's name.
Really? Enjoy the death, then.
The knowledge we could have had.
For the Master! I do not fear you, mortal. Taste my blade!
Okay. Kind of coppery.
Impossible! The blade failed me! Ah!
Go ahead, Ek. Yeah, the problem here is I've already given several ways you can fix the jailer, even if you keep him existing. I've even gotten compliments on it over in the comments section. I know, compliments on YouTube, it's wild.
The others will find the secrets.
Look, TC Lord, I needed the fangs, okay? I'm sorry.
We will extract the secrets of this place.
You know, extract is not a great word to use when trying to find secrets, I'm just saying.
Grey as stone and cheap as stone.
Oi, you want access to the manor? Let me see your fangs. Sure. Here you go.
Come back when you need some.
Checks out. Strange you got so many. You don't look like a Venthia. Don't matter to me. You got the fangs, you go inside, them's are yours.
If there's nothing else then.
Right, looks like I should let you in now. Can't promise Mateo will be too kind, though. I prefer me old boss, but don't tell him that. Wonder what happened. Denathrius seemed awful upset when they last spoke. Anyway, let me just get that door open for you. Thanks.
Don't draw attention.
Let me get that door open for you real quick.
Appreciate it. If I can have any sort of knowledge, no matter what it is and where we need it, would you take it with all its associated risks?
Be temperamental.
Yes, I would take that without hesitation. Right. I'm evil!
Mirror shard, have you? I'm afraid I cannot let you have it.
Oh. Okay. So I kind of need it. So here, let me just put this over your head. What's that? Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it.
Power of the harvesters will be come, sinners. Serve your master. Come, no. The curator's power was nearly mine.
So yeah, thanks for the shard. I love how the curator's just hanging out like right over here, like 200 feet away.
Nice to meet you. Oh, or did we already do that? Now, Which order did I set those tomb traps in? Oh. Hello. You'll need to wait your turn for torment.
We have what we need to get you through. My medallion lies on the other side of the mirror. Once through, my medallion will be there somewhere. Please be careful, my mind may be weakened, but I do remember working with the Accuser to protect the crypt's interior. I should be able to tell you everything about this place, but I'm afraid that's just not the case anymore.
Somehow we forgot how to be Venthyr. We need to remember, now that we have all of our components, we can proceed.
Once the mirror is complete, remember to apply the Death Lotus powder. If you do not, you...
Well, it is definitely not good.
Heed my words.
That just sounds like real life, act. I'm kind of serious. There are certain things I generally don't recommend people look into, like actually do a deep dive on, because you are not going to enjoy having that knowledge.
Open your eyes and use the power, Mallwalker.
Right. The blink. Thankfully, I actually did put that on there. And now I have to wait a minute to leave, because cooldowns are awesome. Hang on. Maybe this will work. Nope. Okay. Yep, this is my favorite mechanic in Shadowlands. Waiting. Oh, still no. Okay. Oh, that actually reset the cooldown. Yay! A gameplay mechanic. I'm shocked. I didn't know Shadowlands had it in it.
Nice to meet you. Oh. Or did we already do that?
You found the medallion. I wish you had found it under better circumstances. I do miss celebrating. But I should reward you, yes. Take one of these. Where were you hiding? Where are you hiding this?
Revendreth is a servant of two masters. Somehow we forgot how to be Venthyr. We need to remember.
Swift shot. We must get the medallion back to Fall as soon as possible. We saw how fierce Mateo's forces were. Just imagine what destruction Denathrius will bring if we linger around. I'll return to Absolution Crypt in a moment. With all the work you've done, I can begin to resume my duties. First order of business, recruit a new Sin Keeper. I dread interviews.
Now, my medallion! Quickly, take it from here before Denathrius discovers what we have done.
Yeah, I'm with Lord Harriman. And agree with whoever random weirdo is he's quoting there. Interview with a Venthyr. Wah wah. Oh no, it's Bella. Okay, hang on.
Enemies approach. Man the mirrors. Those that try to breach our walls will be met with light.
Do you have anything more concrete than light? I do like being fully corrupted with no power. But it's just real life, isn't it? Damn it! Thank you for the sub, Bella. Oof. I will jot that down. Or... Kingdom Hearts. Chain of Memories. Kingdom Hearts 2. And Cyberpunk. Really is Mirror Star. That's funny.
Darkest greetings, Mallwalker.
So far, I'm liking Venthyr. Really.
There's no possibility.
Which just keeps...
Oh, is that not exciting?
Terrifying me, because I know that this is Shadowlands, and the moment I like something, it's going to be like, and then... One second. Oh, it's a short. I can't watch it right now. I'm curious how Bastion's gonna do. Anyways.
The drought, the lack of souls, the jail.
Excellent work. With the Curator's medallion in hand, we are one step closer to victory. Yeah, so far this has been solid. On both axes, too. Fun gameplay, fun quests, and actually interesting and well-written stories. I am with it. That is the question, Blateville.
Welcome, my fellow doomed friend.
One Venthyr cannot wear 7 medallions and command the power they bestow, nor command respect from anyone looking at them. What I propose is crafting an artifact that can contain the power of the medallions, focusing that into one wielder. I call it the Death Star. Unfortunately, Revendreth lacks a Death Star. No, we must employ the aid of a realm that specializes in service.
There is a simplicity in inevitability.
What is our next target?
After much strategizing, the Prince and I have developed a plan that requires the aid and resources of someone I once led the actions against on behalf of my master. Prepare to shield your eyes. We need to go to Bastion.
We must give those who still follow the Master a
If Renethal is going to put the Harvester's medallion to use, he's going to need a conduit to focus that power. Denathrius' corruption taints the forges of Revendreth. The best option is Bastion. As denizens of Revendreth, Bastion will not allow us to enter through Oribos. We will need to activate a mirror. Take this. We concealed it as a rarely used site, the Veiled Enclave. There should be no one there, especially with the Drought.
I was Theatar. Join the Mawwalker and I. Your skills will prove most useful on this mission.
Venture to another realm where we may be killed on sight to ask for help? Oh, morbidly exciting.
Theatar, this is an order from Prince Renethal. We will meet you realmside, Mawwalker.
Okay. I've been debating that, Uthor. My original idea was to do it and a round of dungeons when we finish all the Covenant campaigns. It won't line up linearly, but that is kind of how a lot of people, myself included, actually saw the content. Yeah, we've already seen in 2 other campaigns, you know, the post-Nathria stuff. They've barely acknowledged it, but it's always obvious when we chunk from 9.0 to 9.1. Again, it was really, really obvious in Maldraxxus when we chunked over. Oh, it's not 9.1. Oh, my bad. Well, then I'm an idiot. I know nothing. Either way, I think I will stick with the original plan.
My master did say to serve everyone. Remember, a safe flight is a boring.
That is really weird, though. Like, that's just a weird decision. Why not put it before or after? You know, both of which would, work. Was it a full year? Hang on. I actually have that graphic up. No, I do. It's right here. Although, actually, I found another graphic. This is kind of a fun one. It shows exactly when FF14 patches happened relative to WoW patches. A direct comparison. So, FF14 1.0 came out right when Cataclysm was live. So, you know, there's a baby kitten punching against a Goliath. Then FF14 was brought down, but then brought up during 5.3, which was kind of a dead zone for Pandaria, but still Pandaria. Then 2.1 and 5.4 competed with each other. Then ARR tried desperately to maintain relevance during Pandaria and Warlords. That didn't work out. Heavensward, however, came out immediately in the drought of Warlords. You know, the really, really big drought. The second biggest drought we've ever had in WoW history. So Heavensward pulled a little bit that way. Then Heavensward started winding down when Legion came out. Legion hit 7.3, that would be Antorus and Argus, right when Stormblood launch came out. We see how that worked out. But then Stormblood hit its stride in 4.4 and 4.5 when BFA came out. This is actually funny, looking at this. Let's see. And then Shadowbringers came out during 8.2. Actually, not bad competition, because 8.2 and 8.3 were legit. But then Shadowbringers 5.4 came out when Shadowlands came out, and that was pretty much game at that point. At least as far as this is concerned. But hang on, where's that patch thing? I was looking at the patch thing. Here we go. So Shadowlands up to 9.1 was 218 days. It's okay. The point 9.1 to 9.2 was 239 days. It's okay. 9.2 to Dragonflight was 245 days. Oh my god. Almost a year, and almost a year, back to back. That's awful. But, what's going on in here? Ah!
Bastion. Even I.
Ah! Oh! How do the Kyrian endure this obtuse brightness?
It's been quite a while since I've seen these planes. I'm surprised the illusion lasted as long as it did. It was concealed here many years ago for operations in the Master's name. No matter, let us make haste. We are not here on simple observation mission.
My kind require purpose.
We're looking for Mika Nikos. Only he will be able to craft the device we need. I've seen some of his creations, truly impressive constructs and weaponry that rival even the mightiest Stoneborn. When I last encountered him, it was at his workshop, a place of wonders known as the Eternal Forge. We will meet you there. Traveling as a group will draw too much attention.
Revendreth must endure. We will meet you at the Eternal Forge. Your presence should ease any tensions that arise upon our arrival.
Tensions? What have you gotten me into this time, Draven?
Oh my god, it's not Huthor, it's Hootor. At the moment, 2, I think, Blantival. Hang on, let me double check that. Where is that? Where is that? Traversal, there it is. Yep, 2.
Draven? Come at your sire's bidding, I see. And more, Walker. Why are you here?
Denathrius betrayed us all. This Mawwalker is helping us redeem Revendreth from Denathrius' power. We have need of your skills, Forgelight Prime.
Little reason to trust you, Stoneborn. But this mortal has served Bastion. A steward always helps friends. Legion of Forsworn infesting my forge. Clear space to work, and I will help.
Which is funny, because objectively speaking, Legion was much more padded than this. God, that felt dirty to say that.
Welcome to the
Just let me do the talking. One wrong move and they'll surely revoke this trust. Now is not the time for more bloodshed between realms.
We must give those
How do you know what blood is?
the Master a better option.
General Krall was sent here on a mission for Denathrius long ago. On that mission, they concealed anima siphons, making their presence impossible to detect, to limit the amount of anima this workshop could use. That destabilized the area. The Forsworn must have noticed this and exploited the weakness. These previous actions are in opposition to the goal. Take Theatar and destroy the siphons.
My kind require purpose. The Master was envious of your forge. He sent Stoneborn agents to sabotage it by siphoning away its anima stores.
Weakened the forge's defenses, allowed the Forsworn to capture. You wonder why I am distrustful of Venthyr.
We will make amends for this, Forgelight Prime. I swear it.
I'm liking this. I'm liking this.
You speak to the Forgelight Prime, master of Bastion development.
Tools! I cannot work without my tools. Famos, my former apprentice, stole them all when she went to the Forsworn. It breaks my heart. She had so much promise. She must be stopped.
Clean up after yourself.
Building something that can help in your mission will require some metal. The constructs of the Forsworn have metal parts suitable for what we need. Tainted by the Forsworn, they will need some additional work. Collect their metal and smelt them in the flames to purge corruption.
Leave me to my work.
Would you let us get on with it then? With my guidance, the illusion should be easy to identify.
Sure thing, Shido. Alright, so now to finally answer Lita Fair's question. No. Not only have I not even seen the cutscenes leading up to it yet, but I don't... I feel like I answered this question a lot. I don't play WoW without friends. Other than streaming, obviously. Which means I'm waiting on them. So I'm not actually going to be touching any of the new stuff. I haven't even done the Siren Isle yet, to give you a bit of perspective on that. So I'm still waiting on the post-launch stuff. Man, I can't wait for Bastion.
Quick! I have an appointment to keep.
Hairstylist. I can't wait for Bastion to start off really good and then turn awful the moment we hit 9.1.
Do make this quick! I have an appointment to keep.
What do you want to bet? What do you want to bet that is exactly what's going to happen? So that's an interesting psychological question, Blake. I know you're asking me personal opinion, but I'm going to give you a much more detached, abstract answer instead. Hear me out for a second. Have you ever driven a car? Now, I know, most of you in chat are going to be like, yeah, duh. Unless you live outside the United States, in which you're going to be like, what's a car? But, so when you're driving, there's this phenomenon. It's, I forget the official term for it, the psychological term for it, but it's usually referred to as see you at the next stoplight, or see you at the next red. So, what it means is people will be like, and can't wait to get to the next red light, even though doing so doesn't increase the overall pace of their driving at all. Now, the reason they do that is because they are doing something.
Perhaps this will teach you some manners.
It's also one of the reasons why people will slowly inch up on someone while they're waiting at a stoplight. It's because they are doing something. Stoplights are fascinating, psychologically speaking, because they are also very, very short. Oh, I know what you're about to say. If any of you have ever driven before, you're going to be like, no, they're not, but no, for real. Stoplights very, very, very rarely go about 40 seconds for a single stop. And that's at the extreme high end for really busy intersections. Most stops are like 15 to 20 seconds, and sometimes shorter. But they feel much longer. Why? because you're doing nothing. Because all you're doing is sitting there, waiting. And so you become more and more aware of the fact that you're just sitting there. Sorry. Stop signs in the United States. Sorry, I do have to clarify because I know that other countries do completely different stuff for that. So it's just, you're just sitting there doing nothing, just waiting. Like, okay. So it feels longer. The relevant point here, is it frequency illusion? That sounds right, but I'm not sure. Yeah, you get it. These flight paths, having to go back and forth between Orbis, that's your stoplight. It's not that long. In fact, I'll time it next time we do it, because we're going to have to do it to go back to Revendreth at the end of this chain. I'll time it. And when we do it, I'll showcase exactly how not long it is.
It's an anima siphon. One moment while I dispel its concealment. Perhaps this will teach you some manners.
Come on. No, it's not long at all. That's sort of the point. That's kind of the interesting part of the phenomenon. And this is kind of me agreeing with you, Blateful. It's not obvious. The fact that you're sitting there doing nothing makes it feel longer. When I hop on my Dragonflight...
Perhaps this...
Could y'all stop aggroing me for 5 seconds, please? If I do this and zip across a zone, it doesn't feel very long. It also isn't very long, but it doesn't feel very long. You know why? Because I am doing something. You probably haven't even noticed, but I like to do... Obviously, there's the straight shot. But every now and then, I like to just kind of be like... do-do-do-do-do. Just kind of have a little bit... Yeah, just to add a little bit of fun to it as I'm going towards my destination. And then I get there, and it's been like 10, 20 seconds, but it feels like it's almost instant. Because I am doing. I had to maintain my stamina just there, for example, because I was getting low. So I went and popped 2 charges of my stamina regen, because I know I'm not going to be flying anytime soon. We're going to go and chill for a second, regen some stamina, get another jump, swoop in, and then we're going to swoop right down, and boom, get right back into it.
With my guidance, the illusion should be easy to identify.
Now, it helps that dragon flying is really fast. That is part of the equation. But the point I'm trying to reach is that the actual duration itself barely matters. I don't even keep my halt ability on the bar, Magister. That's my answer to that. Where are these stupid things? It says it's over here. I think one of the biggest problems with Shadowlands, really, is that a lot of the individual things it does wrong is stuff we've dealt with before. But it does all of them at once.
This is a tricky one. Let me phase it back in for you.
Like, we've had to deal with most of these irritations at some point or another. Yeah, exactly. It's a problem. Capital P, problem, using my own terminology. It's 15 or 20 or 30 things that all just kind of make each other worse.
Perhaps this will now. This illusion is just sloppy. I thought Denathrius' magi were better than this.
Melkor says, guys, I have news. Bella Calicus donated $5. Thanks for the news.
Now, this illusion is just sloppy. I thought Denathrius' magi were better than this. I can sense an anima siphon. One moment while I dispel its concealment.
I mean, that is the stoplight problem, isn't it, Blateful? Driving's kind of boring. I don't know if you've ever driven before. It's not super fun. But at least you're doing something. Unless you're crossing the middle of the United States, in which case all you're doing is staring at cornfields for 5 hours.
Do make this quick! I have an appointment to keep. Ooh, this is a tricky one. Let me phase it back in for you.
I once watched a motorcycle driver drive through a traffic jam on a highway in between the cars.
No, the forge belongs to us!
And I physically cringed. Because all it's going to take is anything. Someone reaching their hand out the door. Oh gosh. Someone opening their door. Someone rolling down their window. Flipping a little bit to the left or right. That is extraordinarily dangerous.
My best.
Another personal favorite of mine, I definitely am sarcastic about that, is when a car will decide to drive into the, what's it called? Not the spill-off lane. The place where you dive into in emergencies, the place that's for emergency vehicles, and just try to get by traffic there. And then they need to, of course, driving on the shoulder. And then when they need to actually get back in, they interrupt traffic, creating the line that they themselves just tried to bypass. So it's kind of bad in every way. Like, it's illegal, it's dangerous, and it makes the whole traffic jam worse. I hate drivers. Thank you, Bella, for the donation. Very, very much. You give me a moment, I'll go ahead and jot that down as soon as I find it here. Sorry for ranting. I consider myself a pretty good driver. And so I constantly see other people and their driving, shall we say, methods. And oh my god. Okay, hang on a second. So, hang on. Okay, so I see Glover, but I don't see a Glover remaster, and Glover came out 2 years ago. The Steam version of Glover. Hang on. I mean, I've driven in some legitimately dangerous situations before. But, like, that's when I pretty much had no other choice, right? It was that or just not be capable of going to work or going to home. These people are just doing it because they're in a hurry. Or arrogant. Or stupid. Okay, remaster will be available on PS4, PS5, Xbox, and Switch. Today, apparently. Or all of the above. Yeah, there's any kind of combos we can add to that. I mean, this is horrifying. Making me play an N64 game does sound like a special kind of hell. It doesn't look all that different. What's the remaster? Controls? All your life options, save features. Yeah, the Steam one was a couple years ago. The Switch one came out today. But it doesn't look any different than just the N64 version. Either way, I'll look into it. It feels asterisky. I'll probably say yes. I want to look into that before I commit to anything. You know me, I like to be cautious. Either way, thank you, both of you, Bella and Melkor, trying to make me play a terrible 64 game. I appreciate the torment.
Oh, good questions only.
By the way, hi, Phoenixia. I need my tools. My work cannot be done without them.
Some say I am particular. I say thorough.
Do you have the metal?
I have high standards.
Metal will do. Good work.
Meet them.
Greetings, Maw.
The job is done. This should allow the anima to return. Your dedication to our cause is great. I cannot think of one more fitting than you to wear this cloak.
Revendreth must endure. I need not.
Wonderful work. I will prepare our materials.
Intriguing weapon.
That sounds awful, Melkor played.
Return with new ideas.
I've come... Mr. Ed, did you hear that description of the Glover soundtrack? I've come up with a perfect design to fit your needs. A crown capable of channeling the power of the harvesters. I need one more tool to put it together. A mold. Circular objects difficult to get right. Go up to my old storage. A perfect mold exists there, I'm sure of it. Perhaps in one of my old trunks. Go rummage around for it, will you?
I simply demand perfection.
Missing something sacred. Forsworn ransacked our shrine and First Forge Light took hammer. My hammer. Defeat their commander. Retrieve Festus. You must go now.
Oh, you have perfect tool. Crown for your leader. Focus the powers of the medallions you told me so much about.
You shouldn't be here.
Well, then you get to die. We have to try that now, Bragwin. Yeah, I watched it live this morning, Shadow Machine, on camera. Like 10-15 minutes of drivel and garbage, followed by some actually interesting stuff about Legend ZA. The thing that really caught my attention most of all was the positionals in combat, which just sounds interesting. A lot of potential there.
I will create Centurions strong enough to crush the Archon herself!
That's not likely.
We will succeed, no matter the cost.
I think it's April, yeah. Another month or so. And they'll announce Switch 2, Switch Harder. I still prefer the Master Switch, but they're just going to call it the Switch 2.
I am a busy steward. Clean up after yourself.
Crown must be perfect.
Leave me to my work. I simply demand perfection.
Festus returns. Glorious day. Many thanks, friend. This hammer has been passed down for eons. It belongs in my masterful hands.
I have high standards. You must meet them.
Power you seek to focus is volatile. Need the Eternal Forge's flames to get it done. Without the blessing of the flames, I fear it will overwhelm the wearer. Bring Venth your friend. His magic will prove useful. Need you to absorb impurities. He hands you an elegant container. Use this to capture imperfections that burn off during process.
Some say I am particular. Time to forge the crown. I sent guards to establish a foothold at the forge. Hurry! We will not be able to hold it forever. Theotar, we need you too.
Move, Moorwalker. The Forsworn have their Colossi operational. We cannot hold this position for long.
Okay.
Everyone, eyes on me. I cannot craft alone. Lend me aid.
So, is my head supposed to be in this stupid barrel?
Magic on the anvil.
Guys? Guys?
Disciples, give us your blessing. Just a few more. Elegant and powerful. A crown to defend a realm. What marvels exist on your world? Return with new ideas.
Crown is unstable due to Sire's lingering influence from the medallions. A test run should solve. Socketed one of your medallions. Witnessed its power focused into a weapon of destruction. Perfect opportunity. Forsworn finished Colossi construction. Destroy them. Bring the Forsworn the end they crave. Careful, Theator informed me how powerful this magic is. The crown will hunger. Must control it.
Crown focuses the raw power of the harvesters. Exercise caution, mortal.
Enjoy the chaos while it lasts.
You guys really want me to be using this thing? Yay. So, just do this then.
My service ends.
Combat begins. Yes. Empower the crown.
You piss off, please. Kinda busy.
That voice. Where?
My loyal servants, I will rise again.
You say again?
By the Archon, it is coming from the medallion and the crown. Hurry, Mawwalker!
I underestimated you.
My influence is irrefutable. You will serve me!
Listen, Ray Chase.
The crown is consuming their soul! Get them out of there! The Master must be stopped.
You're alive. The crown started to feed off your soul. Looks like there's still work to do. Mikaniko says the Sire's influence remains present in the crown. He says he has a plan.
We do what must be done.
I simply demand perfection.
The medallions, the source of magic the crown focuses, are still bent to the will of Denathrius. Forge cannot solve this. Citadel of Loyalty can. Taken over by Forsworn in recent times. If we can get Crown to Temple, we can break loyalty to Medallion's former master.
Oh, Crown is being bent to Denathrius' will by his lingering influence. To fix, must reach the Citadel of Loyalty.
We will meet you there, Mawwalker.
Listen, if there's one thing I demand from Shadowlands, it is perfection.
Influence has cast a doubt upon the prevailing wisdom of my temple. I will speak to my acolytes. But first, we must restore order.
Tuvok, not now, please. Actually, yes, Melkor Blade. I'm shocked you recognize that.
Apologies for the delay. Convincing our new ally of my flying ability proved difficult.
Yeah, that's Tim Russ.
I am fine. We need access to the temple to fix the crown. Protected by a barrier. Must disable.
Thenios, earlier. He's Timros.
New ideas for Centurion upgrades?
We can alter the crown to expunge Denathrius' corruption in the medallions. Problem. Forsworn have set large barrier protecting temple. Only there can Denathrius' influence be truly broken. Drain the ammo from the barrier sources that power it. Barrier will disappear.
Some say I am particular.
Well, Sue, there are many enemies of Bastion here. If we thin their numbers, it'll further mend the tension between our realms. Show no remorse. I'll take to the skies and support from above. I will be able to provide ground support when needed.
I was built to defend this. I will take to the skies to provide support.
And yes, here...
I can provide some aid as well. This sword will improve your chances of survival.
And that's Shido. So this is interesting. He gives us a super buff. Where's my freaking pet? Draven gives us a nuke button. 20-second cooldown. Just a straight up, hey.
Face your defeat!
And that makes sense because this is an elite area. This would suck if you didn't have those buffs. It's not quite Hyper Beam. It's more like making you feel like you're a group so you can do group content.
Your end has come!
Take that. Thank you. Peekaboo.
I am blessed with a new opponent.
Yep, that's... Yep, yeah, now you're dead. You are dead with a new opponent.
Who are you?
Nothing personal, but I'm here to kill you. Sorry.
More shall come for you!
Look! The barrier around the temple is gone! Great work, Mawwalker!
Can you guys piss off for 5 seconds?
Well executed.
Thank you.
Defeated.
You bear interest in craftsmanship?
Excellent work. Barrier around temple is gone. To fix crown, we must go there.
Return with new ideas.
The barrier around the temple is no more.
Then we must move now. The temple is the only way to break the crown from Denathrius' control.
You've said that like
My
5
duty
times.
is to
The temple is now accessible. We must go now to aid Mykonikos in breaking the Sire's influence on the crown. 6 times. Prepare yourself. Denathrius' magic has always been potent and destructive.
Certain death and eternal torment are not reasons to fail in one's duty.
Gotta say, I like this better than being carried around by the head. Ever do that to you? Just, you know, really uncomfortable. Oh, yeah, like Theator down there. You okay, buddy? This is delightful. Okay, I'm glad you like it.
No time to spare. You must go and present the crown. Those loyal to Shadowlands recognized here.
You dare to defy my reign?
Yeah.
Enough of your insolence! This ends now! Denathrius! Mawwalker, we have your back!
Stay back. Their loyalty must stand alone.
I am eternal!
I mean, it's in the name. They're literally called Eternal Ones. Which is not what I would call a robot, I'm just saying. It's like calling a ship Titanic. You're just asking for it at that point.
Return.
With the echo of Denathrius defeated, Mikanikos ensures me the crown is pure. This is a key victory for Revendreth and all the Shadowlands.
I was built to defend this realm from all who would do it harm. Even the Master.
The crown is ready. I will entrust you to deliver to Renethal. Make haste! This peril will surely attract assailants if word gets out. You may use the mirror to return. Know that I'll be dispatching others to destroy it after your safe travels. Now, I could use the mirror to return, but I'm actually not going to. Because I want to do something here really quick. I'm pulling up a timer. Mikanikos is awesome. Okay.
Certain death.
Crown is ready for your leader. Denathrius' influence is gone.
We must express our thanks, Forgelight Prime. Without your aid and trust, we would not have succeeded.
We are in this together. But remember that when Bastion needs help.
At your service, Forgelight Prime.
You speak to the Forgelight Prime, Master.
Sorry, I had a random idea a few days ago, and I just keep forgetting to actually do it. So I'm just gonna do it. I mean, Mikanikos is legit, so no complaints on that front. Now, to keep this fair and safe... Safe is the wrong word. Just? We'll just go with fair. To keep things fair, we're going to use the same areas to do this. I don't remember where it is. Okay, there it is. So that took about 50 seconds to fly across about half the zone.
Archon guide you.
Now, I'm going to fly to the nearest connector, which is that one right there. And go.
Clear skies.
Actually, yeah, Blue Boy Wiz. So for the most part, it's been really good. Let's see if I can go to the bathroom before I get there. But this is longer already. We actually have a term for this. It's called seconds and minutes. So, anybody who's done, would you like to know, or would you like to tell me? Okay. And what is the path of ascension? There's actually no answer to that, really. Yep, 2 minutes, 4 seconds. Yeah, I know Mr. Ed did it recently, but I don't know if he was paying attention enough to describe it. Like, I know it's the thing for Kyrian, which is the point, really. We'll go ahead and cut it here. Okay, so... Okay. So the difference in flight, dragon flight... So, I could give you raw numbers, but let's break this down a little bit. So it took about 91 seconds in order to dragonfly. So the dragonflight from here... you can't see my mouse. From the top end, up here, down to here. And then, from here, up to here. That's about 91 seconds, okay? Just sitting on the path, doing nothing, was 124 seconds. So that's only a difference of 34 seconds. 34 seconds is not a long period of time. And yet... like, you already get the vibe I'm going with here. Even though it's only a difference of 34 seconds, the actual flight path, or the flying itself, was far more tolerable and engaging than sitting there waiting. Which goes back to the earlier point.
And what can this humble fallen prince do for you today?
And as I like to point out, 34 seconds is a very long time if nothing's happening. Here, let me demonstrate. And that is 34 seconds. I agree with you, Blade of All. 34 seconds can be very, very fast if you're doing something. If you're not, it just stretches.
You and me again. Let this crown embody everything Sinfor stands for. Revendreth will unite and redeem itself from the sins of Denathrius.
How appropriate.
Come closer, my new friend.
Thanks to the raid launched against Castle Nathria. Sorry, what? they flat out say it. Thanks to the raid against Castle Nathria, we have obtained an opportunity. A soul, powerful and infused. Good night, Linear. With the dark purpose at the hands of the Master's experiments. Given the souls from Azeroth, the Accuser has asked for your assistance in untwining the corruption done to this Sinstone.
There is no possibility of victory.
Okay.
Is that not exciting?
That really is just, you did the raid there, right? Right. So a Brawler's Guild, and you play as Soulbinds in a vehicle. It also is apparently a huge anima sink. Okay. That sounds like something that should be on Maldraxxus, not Kyria, or Bastion. For those of you wondering, Maldraxxus' thing is the Abomination crafting thing, which sounds like it should be fun and super isn't. It's mostly about customizing your companion who quests with you, which is exactly as threadbare as it sounds. Frankly, the Ardenweald side activity is even worse. So in Ardenweald, there's this place you can go to where there's a bunch of seeds. Now, if you do daily content, you gain a random chance of getting seeds of various qualities. You then plant a seed, give them stuff, including anima, of course, and then you wait real-time days, in which case they grow into a mount or a transmog or an appearance or whatever. It's all cosmetic stuff. Yeah, it's dull. It's extremely dull. It is just a sink for anima, which you already have plenty of others in this expansion. And it's random to actually get the right seeds, and then it's random to get the right outcome from those seeds.
On a living mortal. Are you in a rush?
Not great, is what I'm trying to say.
You must see my tailor. They can make you something that will fit just right.
Nah, I'm good, thanks. I was asking about the Path of Ascension because I didn't know anything about it. As for parties, well, I'll get to that in a minute.
No sacrifice without suffering.
I make no presumption that all mortals from Azeroth know each other. When confronting a challenging soul like this, however, it helps to offer even the faintest bit of familiarity.
Serve your purpose.
Ah. Are you familiar with Kael'thas Sunstrider? Yeah. The immense anima of that lingering power attracted the Master's attention to the detriment of Kael'thas' soul. The Accuser's lip curls in disgust. Every soul deserves a chance at redemption. If you do not believe that, believe me when I say this soul is immensely powerful and still at risk of self-destruction. Release him so we may walk this path of redemption together.
In his current state, Kael'thas Sunstrider is a danger to everyone.
For Revendreth, may the stone right carve your fate.
You there. I insist you unshackle me at once! He straggles against his bonds. This treatment is outrageous. I am prince of noble birth, yet that aloof arbiter dared consign me to this bleak realm of greystone and narrow minds. None of these Venthyr are fit to judge my choices in life, nor are you. Accuser! Release me, I have a kingdom to avenge, do you hear me? Accuser! He resumes his defiant struggling.
I will contemplate my transgressions.
My strength is born of honor and stone. For the true Venthyr.
Out of my way! I shall avenge my people!
Impudent child! You do not give orders here. The very arrogance that doomed you in life. Have you come to confess?
It will not be easy to redeem Kael'thas, and the outcome is far from guaranteed, but we must attempt it nonetheless.
Every choice matters. The Maw is closer than you think.
Kael'thas Sunstrider was on the verge of destruction when we rescued him from Castle Nathria. Denathrius had infused him with an unimaginable amounts of anima, each bit carrying with it the sins of others. It made his soul strong but unstable, confused and pushed to the edge of its own existence. Trust me when I say that Kael'thas has enough sins on his own. Yeah, I've played Warcraft 3, thanks. Assist me in identifying which of the many sins heaped on a soul are truly his to bear.
Every choice matters. Help me identify the true sins of Kael'thas Sunstrider. What character flaw most hindered Kael'thas? Jealousy? Arrogance? Or greed?
That's an easy one, actually. Although I love these little animations, like jealousy. No, she's looking at him. Greed? What the hell? No.
Your arrogance swells within you, like so many other tyrants. When the Sunwell was destroyed, and Kael'thas was desperate to regain a magical connection for his people, who did he surrender his will to?
Jesus Christ.
The old gods? Or the Burning Legion?
Okay, just to see what happens.
Never! That monster took everything from me! The old gods held no sway over me.
Who is the new voice actor for Kael'thas?
Kil'jaeden exploited your arrogance, paranoia, and obsession to bend you to his will. I have found the heaviest burden on Kael'thas Sunstrider's soul. How did Kael'thas fail his people? Did he abandon his people? Betray his people? Or corrupt his people?
Yes. Yes, he did.
Kael'thas Sunstrider committed all of these sins against his own people.
Thank you.
You cannot judge me. I did what was needed to save my people.
You did what you wanted, and everyone else bore the consequences. Kael'thas Sunstrider, you failed your people.
And that's kind of the point of Revendreth, isn't it? You cannot fix something if you do not acknowledge it is broken. The first step is to admit that you did wrong. To accept it and embrace it.
Confront your past, or be condemned by it.
I've never done Revendreth, no. Or Bastion, actually. To be clear, we did not absolve Kael'thas Sunstrider of any of these sins. He might never be absolved of them. That's ultimately his choice to change. We did stabilize his soul, which means you at least have the opportunity to make that choice.
Serve your purpose.
I will personally tend to the absolution of Kael'thas Sunstrider. Please stop saying his full name, it's kind of weird. His current state and trauma requires nothing short of perfect intervention and instruction to correct. I would welcome your assistance in this. I sense a bond between Kael'thas and yourself. I mean, I could go kill him in the past, if that helps. I think your presence may help to inspire him down a better path.
I see. You will continue to unravel if we do not extract the excess anima from your soul, Kael'thas. I will take you to a place where we may expunge that anima in a productive manner.
They really are going to. Like, WoW has had that issue a few times, especially in BFA, but it's really bad in Shadowlands. Actually, I'm curious if he says anything different to you if you have killed him.
Darkest greetings, Morn.
Of course not, Uthor. That's frustrating. As it always is. That's what Yeah, that is. First of all, there was the whole kerfuffle with Quinton Flynn. But second, and more importantly, anybody with a functioning ear can tell you that's not Quinton Flynn. Quinton Flynn has a very distinct voice.
This place is in shambles.
So are you. That is why we are here. No atonement without sacrifice. Tend to your own Sinstone.
When Prince Renethal fled Darkwall Tower, he was forced to leave behind many people and belongings. The powerful relics and weapons carted off to the Master's lair, but the Prince's dredgers were forced to stay and serve the Master's traitorous lackeys. You will be a welcome sight to them, a sign the Prince has not forgotten them. If they are willing to fight, help them escape, and I will ensure they are brought to safety in Sinfall.
Change yourself, or I will.
Kael'thas remains unstable in his current state, bursting to the seams with anima. He's also an arrogant, selfish moron. Thankfully, I have a lesson that can address both concerns. True leaders sacrifice of themselves to empower those under their care. Many Stormborn and Gargon, including the Prince's own pet, were left dormant, order him to forfeit portions of his anima to reanimate those dormant Stoneborn to aid us.
The maw is closer than you must humble yourself to avoid extinction, Kael'thas. I will prepare the ritual while you prepare yourself.
I'm actually curious. Hang on, I'm going to look something up really quick. Here we go. Okay. Oh, hang on. He has a quest.
My power is mine to wield.
The Kael'thas looks around to make sure the Accuser is out of earshot. The Accuser is so obsessed with my negative traits she failed to see my strengths. Even in death, I am incredibly powerful. The Accuser herself said that Denathrius infused me with anima to make me strong. Let's use that strength while I have it. The tower once belonged to the Prince of the Realm, correct? Let's find this usurper and gain vengeance. Vengeance is a virtue I've always appreciated.
I will contemplate my transgressions.
Hey. What's up? I got your back, yo. Okay, so if you pick jealousy earlier, remember I didn't pick it on accident. He says, jealousy, please. I was superior to him in every way. If you pick greed, he says, I never have need for gold. I had riches and power to spare. And then I picked everything else correctly. I don't see any alternate dialogue based on being an elf or having killed him. Let's see here. Blood spec. I mean, that is effectively fire mages right now. Especially with the hero talent, which I can't remember the name of, but you know what it is. Damn. Oh well. There were 50 dredgers left here? Jesus. Is it called Sun Fury? That makes sense. I do like summoning phoenixes. As usual, Mage tends to get some of the cool stuff.
These ones demand so much of my anima.
It's not really your anima. But thank you. I will admit, while I tend to like the hero talents, especially conceptually, the two I'm most familiar with are probably the most boring ones I've seen or heard of. Demon Hunters. You either get Glaive Spec, which I just don't find interesting, or you make your demon form and cooldowns even more terrifyingly powerful and come back quicker, which is nice, but isn't cool, you know? Like, Death Knights get to ride around with the 4 Horsemen. Arms Warrior gets a super turbo nuke, which looks and sounds cool, and it's like an absolute truck. Sun Furies get to summon a Phoenix. Frostfire get to be Frostfire mages. Spellslingers get this cool arcane stacking thing. Evokers get to call an air support. Well, that's the problem, isn't it, Uthor? Demon Hunters are already pretty cool, and thus their hero talents feel lackluster. Because there's not much you can add to it. It's like, well, you can be more of a Glaive Flinger, or you can be more of a demon. Enjoy. Yeah, Les, could you come here real quick, please? Please. Buddy. Please.
The accuser means to humiliate me. My anima is wasted on such trifling beings.
That's more or less exactly what I'm saying, Fife. Like, yeah, mechanically, Demon Hunter is fine. Of course it is. It's Demon Hunter. It's the best designed class in the game. That's been true since Legion. It just lacks that viscerality. It lacks the oomph.
You call this a challenge? I shall burn your world to ashes.
No, you will show her mercy. Your enemy will live.
Mercy is a weakness. She will...
You are weakness. Your obsessive arrogance blinds you. In time, I will free you of it.
By the way, have I mentioned the Accuser is a personal favorite of mine in terms of characters in Shadowlands? She is such a wonderful combination of so many different character traits that just kind of gel perfectly together. I haven't looked at the Priest stuff yet. What does Shadow Priest get access to?
I am to expend my anima on the prince's pet?
Hang on 1 second. I need to make sure I've given a positive. Okay, I have. I do like summoning black holes. I suppose that's just kind of how it works, isn't it, Fife? I've been told many times that my spec for my Demon Hunter is suboptimal in terms of damage output, and I kind of don't care. Because A, I can do plenty of damage as is, thank you very much, and B, I enjoy it.
No forgiveness without atonement. We will
I must admit, I do not expect the Dredger to be quite so eager to fight their own freedom. The Prince inspires all of us, I suppose.
serve your purpose.
Kael'thas may be ready for the ritual of absolution now.
Change yourself, or I will.
I do not expect Kael'thas to agree or even understand the value of mercy immediately. Absolution is a long and slow process. This was just the first step. Agreed, Fife, absolutely. There's a dynamic. We've actually talked about this before. Inevitably and unavoidably, at the highest ends of difficulty, yeah, you're going to have to follow the meta. Builds don't exist. Talents don't exist. You do what you're supposed to do in the end. And that makes sense because you need to do that extra 1%, right? But that's fine. That's at the highest end. FF14 does this too. Guild Wars 2 does this too. Diablo 3 does this, right? But that's over there. What you need to think about is over here, the overwhelming majority of the rest of the content. And there is a gradient, too, from just normal questing to easy mode stuff and follower stuff to LFR stuff to going up to higher end of raids and getting into higher end of delves and higher end of mythics and blah, blah, blah. It's the whole gradient. And the goal is to have as many builds as viable for as much of this content as is possible, right? And I personally think WoW is doing a pretty good job of this range over here. Guild Wars 2, as of the last time I checked, which it's been a couple of years, I'm going to be honest, is much worse about that. This range is a lot more shrunk. Was a lot more shrunk over in FF14. And yeah, FF14 has its own issues, especially up here. Yeah, exactly. That's a good thing, in my opinion. It's good to play around and have different builds and different options. Even if they're only a little bit different, they still play different. They still feel different, and they're better for you, right? Maybe you've got something that helps complement the other person who's in your party. That's a thing, too. You don't have direct synergies, but sometimes you have indirect synergies. Like, you're going to do this, which is going to hurt your health, which gives you this detriment, but it's okay because your buddy has this thing which helps kind of cover that hole. And so now the two of you are even stronger. Stuff like that. Build's gameplay is incredibly complex, and I will give WoW credit for being in a really sweet spot when it comes to that right now. I do not expect Kael'thas to... Oh, I already read this. Sorry.
We will be watching.
The Master Channel chained Kael'thas' Sinstone to his soul via a dark, corruptive process that left Kael'thas scarred and overburdened. He bears the weight of not only his own sins, but the sins of countless other souls on his back. That'd be a crushing burden for even the most noble of souls, which Kael'thas is not. Let's hope your time with Kael'thas has prepared his soul for my ritual. I must break that cursed burden by removing the foreign sins from his soul.
I see. This ritual will help you expel the excess anima trapped inside of you, Kael'thas. It will hurt, but no more than you deserve. Now, Kael'thas! Expel the anima!
No! I want its power!
Impotent fool! That anima binds your sin stone! Release it, or I will throw you into the maw myself!
Ah!
Stand down. I will deal with this manifestation.
I am free.
Hardly. That sin stone still belongs to you, Kael'thas Sunstrider. Tend to it.
Oh, yeah, no, what Denathrius did to Kael'thas is legitimately horrific. Like, I want you to really take a moment and process that. Sins, in the confines of this story, are a tangible thing that have a tangible effect on your soul. And you have had the sins of many other people strapped onto you to artificially pump you up with power to make you a stronger weapon, which not only screws with your soul, but your mind and your memories, which of course then affects your personality. Like, that's messed up. Kael'thas Sunstrider, Lord of the Blood Elves, deserter, traitor, tyrant. In the wake of his people's devastation, he abandoned his survivors in pursuit of vengeance. Instead of seeking a cure for his people, he led them into corruption for the sake of power. Rather than rebuild his kingdom's legacy, he bartered it to the Legion as a conduit for darkness, pride, greed, wrath. To redeem his soul, all three must be expunged. Actually, yeah. What we're looking at was, past tense, an abomination. A chimera of souls. And that is exactly as horrifying as that sounds.
Every soul can be redeemed if it desires.
Yeah, there's the Sin Stone. Not my thing. I cannot comfortably call this a success, but it's likely the best outcome we could have hoped for. Carrying one's sins is no small feat, yet it can be liberating. Take this chain, if you wish to display your own commitment to owning your own sins. Kael'thas needs it no longer.
The Maw is closer than you think.
Kael'thas is free from the twisted corruption of his master, but he is not truly free yet. He carries more than enough burdens from his own sins to condemn him to the Maw. We must be vigilant in encouraging and forcing him to atone for his mistakes. If he cannot right the many wrongs of his mortal life, he will be doomed forever. You are having a positive effect on him. Please accompany him to the Chalice District for the next lesson.
Tend to your own sins, Stone. This was but the first of countless sacrifices you must make to atone for your sins, Kael'thas.
Yeah, the fact that Kel'Thuzad, in-universe, was sent to Maldraxxus is just... I'm telling you, Maldraxxus is so Scourge-coded, I would be shocked if it wasn't originally the bad guy faction. In fact, there they are, in the bad guy faction, right there on the loading screen. Just... Well, this is taking a minute. Oh, God. Okay, there we go.
Have you come to confess? The Maw is closer than you think.
When the prince made his final stand at Darkwall Tower, he called for aid from the many noble houses here in the Chalice District. None came. Most simply avoided the conflict out of self-preservation, a shameful but understandable choice. However, one house took action. Lord Blackbale replied with cruel mockery and sent his Stoneborn to aid the Master's army instead. Prince Renethal has not forgotten that betrayal. Kael'thas seeks vengeance? Let him have some. Start with the Stoneborn.
I see.
And of course he has a ghostly phoenix as his mount. Also, quick aside, I love his black and red outfit. Black and red and silver, actually, is a really great color combo. And that just kind of suits Kael'thas, especially post-Warcraft 3 Kael'thas. Yeah, why don't we get access to that?
Maldraxxus protects me.
Yeah, that should be an option somewhere to get that. Yeah, black and red with silver highlights is a damned good color combo. What do you want to bet we're going to get a bunch of Hawkstriders at midnight? The weapons you find seem unlike those wielded by the Venthyr, but the marks it bears are unmistakably familiar. Maldraxian.
The might of Maldraxxus protects me.
Oh, hang on.
My power is mine to wield.
I noticed you were surprised to find those strange weapons here. I sense the essence of their power as well. It's strangely familiar. We must discover where the weapons came from and who imbued them with such power. If you and I present proof to the accuser, maybe she'll allow us to hunt down whoever's behind this. I was about to say, this is assuredly before the Maldraxxus chain where Kael'thas shows up. And almost assuredly leading into why. I do like that interconnectivity. It's a rare thing to give Shadowlands an internal continuity positive, but we might be building up to one here. could this be after? No, it literally can't be after.
I have powerful allies.
No, hey, for real. It can't be after because the Kael'thas thing is the very end of the Maldraxxus arc. It's when we go and fight... Oh, I see what you're saying. Sorry, I meant the last step. You're right, though. He does have his shirt. Sorry, so part of the reason I mentioned that, though, is if he finds out about... He can't find out about Kel'Thuzad here. He has to find out Kel'Thuzad and then Maldraxxus arc.
Might of Maldraxxus protects me.
Let's see what they do with it. Let's see what they do with it. This still might qualify for positive territory. Almost like having like a unified enemy of all the afterlives was actually a good idea. If it was, I don't know, anything other than... You know what? You want to have some big evil darkness trying to control death in the afterlife? Make it Kel'Thuzad. Make Kel'Thuzad the villain of the afterlife. It'd be a good way to finally remove him from the board, which they do anyways. He's kind of been around for a long freaking time and is a major character of the whole franchise. He would be a good counterpoint to Sylvanas, since his motives, operations, and mentality are just completely different from her. Yeah, he has a vested interest in death, and always has. Like, some of his short stories are fascinating, where he was experimenting with death, even before he ever got contacted by the first Lich King, just because he found the whole thing fascinating. He also then was boosted in that when the first war happened. No, I'm wrong. It was the second war. Excuse me. It was the second war. Because he encountered the Necrolites, right? From the Demonic Legion. I mean, true, Lord Heremont. And so he was like, aha, you could do even more with this. Yes, the Kirin Tor were like, okay, dude, stop messing with necromancy. I have not, Thor, not that I'm aware of. He was kind of in Wrath, sort of, for like 3 seconds. Yeah, exactly, Leader Fairy. 3 seconds. I am evil. Oh, I'm dead. There you go. There's Kel'Thuzad's character arc in Wrath. I'm barely kidding. He actually had 2 moments where he was something other than just a raid boss. One was in the Borean Tundra, and one where he was like, ah ha ha. And then one is in Dragonblight, as part of the quest chain leading up to Noxuramas. And that is it. Those 2 little bundles are it. His thing in the Borean Tundra is a cameo. That barely counts. So what that really leaves is the quest chain leading up to Noxuramas in the Dragonblight. Wow, that guy hurts. Ugh. Please de-aggro me. Thank you.
The Tide Lord will have your head.
I'm gonna take that. Thank you. I'm gonna run.
Revendreth are in league with a lich?
See, this has to be.
Must allow us to hunt down and destroy it.
Like, this has to... Jesus Christ. Why is this Ultra Death Doom guy here? And why is... Get this thing off of me! Get off me! Yeah, that's the irony. Kel'Thuzad might as well not even be in WoW until Shadowlands, where they utterly ruin him as a character. Thanks, I hate it. Hello, off the deep end.
An opportunity to test out my new weapon.
Oh, you got me. Jesus Christ, what was that nonsense? Moving on. Yeah, I know I could have fainted and fled, but that was just a moment of pride at that point.
No sacrifice without suffering.
Did any of the Black Bale Venthyr show signs of regret? We'd hoped to recruit some to our cause eventually.
We will be watching.
What are you carrying? Those don't belong here.
Tend to your own
The
sins.
Black Bale are wielding the weapons of a Maldraxi army. That would mean...
Every choice matters.
Aw. Gotcha, Uthor. So, yeah, so the first appearance in Maldraxxus happens before this, even though that makes no sense. And then his last appearance happens after this, which admittedly lines up. Gotcha. Hello? Game? Hello?
Serve your purpose.
Lord Blackbale, do not forget your promise or my condition. The situation is under control. I have everything under control. I have everyone under control. I trust you've had ample opportunity to test the weapons I sent with my last letter. You then know the power that makes my arrangement with the Lich makes available to us. If you wish to continue receiving the benefits of my arrangement, you will fall in line behind me. I will send follow-up instructions after my next meeting in Darkhaven. Do nothing until then. In power, the Tithe Lord.
Speak. I will listen.
A Lich.
Remember.
The Tithe Lord is working with a Lich from Maldraxxus. To what ends? She composes herself. Do you appreciate how troubling that is? This has never happened. This is not supposed to happen. Prince Renethal will know what to do.
Change yourself, or I must inform Prince Renethal of the Maldraxxus threat immediately. I am placing Kael'thas under your care, Mawwalker. Humble him.
He mutters something under his breath.
We are the only thing standing between you and oblivion, Kael'thas.
Yeah, we're doing this for your benefit. I know it doesn't feel like that, but that is our job here. So, want to get a bite to eat?
I suppose I have time to listen. Do not presume to judge me.
It appears I'm at your mercy once more, swift shot. Far be it for me to tell you the best way to absolve my sins, the accuser insists, but in the note, the High Lord arranged a meeting with his contact in Darkhaven. Do you know where that is? If you do, we can investigate, gather more information, present that information to the accuser and the prince. I imagine they'll be quite useful to them, and a very selfless act of my assistance. Do you not agree?
Remember the sun well.
Part of the problem is there's always been this...
Massacred. Our sacred font of magic defiled. All to raise a lich in undeath. I will incinerate this one with the heat of 1,000 suns!
Would it make you feel better to know it's the same Lich? What? Ah! Hello, Evo. How goes? Tired? Uh-oh.
I can learn to be humble, but never meek.
Yeah, so, okay. Inconsistency. I've noticed they treat the Maw in two separate ways, and these are fundamentally incongruent. Like, they cannot exist alongside each other. Either the Maw is part of the nature of reality, and so certain people end up there regardless, or the only way to end up in the Maw is if you're specifically flung into that. In other words, you have to take action. And that's a problem. Because those are incongruent. If the only way to end up in the Maw is if we put you there, then at this point, and honestly, in general, you probably should never send someone in the maw. That's horrifying. A, no one deserves the maw. And B, as of this moment in time, we know the jailer is empowered by whatever's in the maw, so we probably shouldn't be empowering our enemy. If it's natural, then yeah, we're doing everything we can to keep you from the maw, which is a kind of separate issue. At that point, it is in our vested interest to ensure that no one ends up in the maw to the best of our abilities. Where's this? Ignoring basic human empathy and decency, again, empowering our enemy. No one deserves the maw. It's like the wall. No one deserves the wall. Okay.
The death of the Master surely means...
The Master's removal changes nothing. Tell Lady Wixera that I am still in charge, and... my carriage is upstairs. We will finish this discussion on the way.
Is it a sin to fight for survival?
Interesting. I'm just away on the carriage. The fence? I don't know. I'm kind of on the fence about that one. Where is Kael'thas hiding? Oh my god. Look at us. Look at us.
Now that we are away from itching ears, you can reassure Lady Wixera that our plan remains intact. We may even be able to increase the rate that we are supplying her with anima.
Well, yeah, the drought's over, remember?
Please the Archlich greatly.
The Archlich.
Of course it would. Inform your lady I am still in charge. Everything will proceed unless she fails to uphold her side.
The Archlich will not allow her failure.
I am pleased that we see eye to eye.
You address the Sun King.
A lich? So close, can you feel its presence? I once could.
I will contemplate my...
It appears we have discovered a common enemy to pursue, Swiftshot. Wherever that necromancer ran off to is no doubt filled with traitors, undead armies from another realm, or at least one lich. It cannot be a sin to kill such as these. To demolish the camp of these invaders and betrayers must be a virtue. A virtue I crave. Let's pursue it with haste.
Very well.
I confess I do not comprehend the full array of potential consequences wrought by the Tide Lord's anima-sharing arrangement, but I'm very aware of the dangers posed by a lich with access to power. I'm also very aware that resolving this situation is important to the accuser, which, given my current situation, makes it important to me. We should eliminate the muscle behind the anima transfer logistics. Without that, the shipment will halt.
Is that all?
Oh, come on, Kael'thas.
You need not bind me. I would never quit the chance to destroy a lich.
Well, okay, that's not really my worry, I'm gonna be honest, but okay. If you run, I'm about to kill you again. I just want you to know. That's personal.
Cannot
Oh my god, this is the same damn camp we killed for the Maldraxxus. You know, the one which constantly licks Kel'Thuzad's boots and talks about the Archlich, the Archlich, the Lich, the Lich, the Archlich, the Master of the Archlich, the Lich.
execute the will of the Archlich.
Yeah, this place. In fact, this is the same quest. This is doubly funny.
Will not tolerate failure.
Because I did this quest on this character.
The Archlich will never fall.
Oh God, we are Kennex Cal, aren't we? You've just cursed it. You just retroactively rewrote history to make sure it's the same damn boss.
We'll never. Oh.
Listen, I've been to space, yo. That's a lie. I never went to space. Friend of mine, he kept being like, I've been to space. I've been to space. I'm like, yeah, whatever you say, buddy. Had a little bit too much, yeah, you know what I mean. Ugh.
You cannot comprehend his power.
Yeah, we've said this before. There's plenty of evidence that that ripcord never existed. I know it's a meme, but honestly, the office was on fire.
Our master will not tolerate.
What's really funny is it could be debated during which particular patch the office was most on fire. 9.0 or 9.1. Because different types of fires, you know, different problems, really.
We will execute the will of the Archlich.
Oh yeah, Kurthia. We're not even at what I consider to be the worst zone in the game yet. And that's from vague memories of having done it once while in a hurry. Yeah, 9.2 is going to be a noticeable incline, or at least reduction of decline.
My best.
Because we're going to have Zeroth Mortis, which, yeah, there's some cool and interesting stuff out there. Some attempts at actual honest-to-God world building. Most of which was thrown out in the beta, but it still counts. And just, honestly, and I've already said this, 9.2 just felt like they were just trying to wrap stuff up as fast as humanly possible. Just, let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go, we're done. That's the vibe I had from 9.2. Then Dragonflight, still problematic, still some issues, but clearly some of the fire has been put out.
Our master will not tolerate failure.
Yeah, by War Within, it's like, okay, we have a functioning office again. Like, you've done challenge modes in, like, SimCity, right? Alright, so, an earthquake just hit and half the city's on fire. Go. That's 9.2 right there. It's like, okay. First things first, defund the police. Why? Because we need to fund the fire department. Okay, fire's under control. Defund the fire department. Fund the police to deal with the crime wave that just hit. Okay, now we gotta start dumping all of our taxes into rebuilding residencies. I am honestly curious how 9.2 is going to score, because I'm pretty sure I know how 9.1 is going to score. I will be shocked if we come up with positives that are not visual related in 9.1. Yep, mail's late. Alright, time to defund the police again and put it back to the frickin' the post.
Now take Crystal.
And there comes Godzilla with a steel chair! I can't remember which game it was. It was one of the SimCities, I'm pretty sure, which had exactly that. It was like you start off with a city that's just been hit with a disaster, and and then you're just recovering, right? You're just trying to rebuild the damn city, and then out of nowhere, and nothing tells you this, another disaster hits, and it's just like, ugh! Oh god, Wasn't ready.
Ask of me. All I did was for the Sindori.
No, it wasn't. Traitors and cowards, I have time for neither. The bigger they are, the bigger the explosion at the end. Can you feel it? The chill in your bones, the energy, the power, the checkup with Kennick's cow? I hope it goes smoothly. She's here, the Lich. Take me to her. I must speak to her in my own way.
Is that all?
Depends on how well you do, Trihexia. Execution matters. Triage is a very real concept, and for a very good reason. Howdy-ho.
Have discovered us at last.
Wait, haven't I killed you before? Didn't you say literally the exact same thing last time? Actually, yeah, like in Frostpunk. It is the exact same boss, by the way. It is literally the exact same boss. I'm actually killing it less quickly this time. Because we're going beast this time.
Unbind me! What magic is this?
Why are you sending Anima to Maldraxxus? Who do you serve? Answer me!
You cannot stop my master. I will return.
Who? Who is your master?
I serve the mighty Kel'Thuzad, and he will conquer all of...
Kel'Thuzad, the defiler of the Sunwell. At last, I will claim justice for Silvermoon!
You, okay there, buddy?
If you have something to say, then say it. Remember the Sunwell.
After the Sunwell's destruction and the near extermination of my people, I vowed to claim vengeance upon Arthas and Kel'Thuzad. But I needed power to see that happen, and to seize power, He grows quiet. I am ready to return to Sunfall. I must recover my strength for what lies ahead. As the Accuser is so fond of reminding me, I have much to ponder. Let us inform our allies of the enemy we have revealed.
Until you need...
Whoop! Respawn! Respawn.
Make no mistake. I will have my vengeance. But I suppose I can afford a measure of patience. Be sure to inform the Accuser of my selflessness.
Uh-huh. Yep, that's you. Selfless to a T. Wink. Yeah, meanwhile, the Blood Elves are like, uh-huh. Like Blood Elf characters. Sure thing, buddy. Whatever you say. I am your king! No. You're not even my prince. Wait, hold up. It's an avowed ritualist. Yeah, I don't see any mushrooms on his face.
Allow me to take Kael'thas off your hands.
Come forth, catalyst of change.
Maldraxxus is sworn to defend Revendreth from outside invaders, not siphon off our anima. Accept this gift for your role in bringing this conspiracy to light. But we will need time to calculate our next move.
So it is true. The Tithe Lord is working
what?
with Maldraxxus. We must plan our next move carefully. No more surprises.
I shall extract more information from the souls we recovered from the Master's lair.
And I shall reach out to my most trusted contacts in Maldraxxus.
Come, Kael'thas. You served well today, but nothing has been atoned for.
You speak of atonement. It is the Lich Kel'Thuzad who will atone for his crime. I will burn his icy bones to ash.
Focus on yourself. Your hatred will only hinder you.
Also, the Arbiter decided that Kel'Thuzad did nothing wrong and sent him to Maldraxxus. Which continues to be eyebrow-raising, by the way.
Ah, our potential savior of the Shadowlands has arrived.
Hi, Draka. Listen, no hard feelings about leaving your covenant, right? Right, okay, cool. Greetings, Swiftshot. I'm sure you met my associate, the woman you worked with in your previous campaign, like yesterday. I've recruited her to help us with the growing threat of the Tithe Lord. His involvement with the Maldraxxi renegades is troubling. One conspiracy begets another, so I recruited Draka to help us end it. We must not treat the situation lightly. We must needs put an end to this oppression of the Stone Vigil Overlook. That way we can win over the hearts and minds of his subjects.
We are doomed.
Also, Tubbins. Oi! Want some tea? We got real good tea. No? Alright. Tea was merely a setback.
Come, join us, my dear friend. You have arrived just in time for tea.
Does Shadowlands tea taste like? I like to think it depends on you. Hey, where'd you get your new pet, Draga? Aw, what kind of cheesecake did you get, Eva?
Hello, Moorwalker.
The denizens of Stone Vigil have been wrung dry by the Tithe Lord's greed. While some have taken up arms against these injustices, most are too downtrodden to act. We need them on our side. She hands you a scroll dripping with anima. Gross. Go show them the hypocrisy of their oppressor. Send them to me with the promise of sanctuary.
We face the unending,
It sounded like it to go on.
undefiable darkness.
The Tithe Lord's greed knows no bounds. Is the Tithe Lord the bad guy for this, the rest of this? I mean, Denathrius is dead. Excuse me. Removed from the board.
Strength comes from the heart.
The Tithe Lord sent his Stoneborn to further reap the anima from these citizens. How long has this been going on? These acts reek of unfathomable green. And by green, I mean greed, because I can read! There is but one answer to this dilemma. Send a message. Crush these oppressors. Drain their anima and return to Stone Vigil's anima well. The incursion will be dealt with and downtrodden will be lifted. 2 birds, 1 stone. Here, take this anima container. I stole it from the guards earlier.
In the name of the Primus.
This win the spirit of the people operation is noble and good. However, we must set our sights on cutting down our foes' tools. Third Talon Vartox, leader of this incursion, also serves as top Stoneborn at the Tithe Lord's estate. If we strike her down here, the Tithe Lord will be left exposed for our attack.
Only the strong survive.
Blueberry cheesecake. Aww. I wish I had blueberry cheesecake. I wish I had cheesecake in general. The only place that sells it at all around here is the local bakery, and they only have New York style, aka flat vanilla cheesecake. Don't mistake me, I like plain old cheesecake, but like, man. You want to hear the most first world complaint I'm ever going to give? I used to live in a place right next to a cheesecake factory. Now, their food was fine, is how I'm going to describe that. But the reason me and my friends used to go there is because they used to have a lot of different types of cheesecake. And we would make it a thing to go every now and again. And, yeah, just try different types of cheesecake. I discovered, living by there, that fruity cheesecake is generally my favorite. However, anything that has salt involved is also something I'm rather fond of. Like a nice salted caramel, or when you get like, oh god, what was it called? I can't remember now, of course. It's been a very long time. This is before the big financial crisis of 2006. That's how long ago this was. But yeah, there was this lemon raspberry cheesecake, which was really good. There was also a blueberry... I want to say it was blueberry cherry. That sounds right. People should have the right to enjoy such luxuries. Probably, Magister.
I regret nothing. Wait, no, everything.
Okay, I probably shouldn't find that funny. I regret nothing. No, wait, everything. I've never had pistachio cheesecake. We do have Black Forest cake, which is good. Can be good. Yeah, I've actually talked about this before. Apparently, other people in other countries have a bit of a different perspective on this, because when you get just plain old cake, it's crap. At least here in the States. Like, you just get cake, and cake sucks here. If you get cake, what you're getting it for is the frosting, because that's the only flavor you're going to get out of it. Cake is just bland, dry, crumbly bread with, you know, with frosting on top. Wow, they're just straight up murdering people for their anima. Which makes sense, because the villain is called the Tithe Lord. My grandparents used to get me an ice cream cake as a tradition, because even as a very young child, I was not a fan of cake. Normal cake. And apparently Xavion is secretly me from another dimension or something, because pretty much exactly the same thing there. It became a tradition. They would come and visit me. My grandmother, let me be clear. My grandmother, which is the closest thing to a decent biological family member I have, would come and visit me, and we'd go hit up, like, Baskin-Robbins or whatever, and I would pick out an ice cream cake.
Come closer, my new friend.
Fond memories. That's what I've heard, Pillars of Snow. No, exactly, Takoida. That's the problem. There really is, from what I understand, and I have to say it that way, no such thing as just cake. Whereas here in the States, there is cake. There's, like, plain-ass cake. I don't even know what it actually is, like, in non-US terms, in, like, European or Russian or whatever terms. Anybody who's born here in the States, you know what I'm talking about. You know what cake is, right? You go to the bakery, you get cake, and it's just that. Sorry, I'm kind of hungry and getting a little shaky. Don't worry, I'm gonna break for lunch soon. I want to finish Venthyr first. General, you ask for more than we have. We have nothing left to give. then you are useless to me. I murder the people who are loyal, because I'm evil, see? Yeah, I'm actually into lunchtime.
The ultimate price.
Defeated by a mortal.
Yep, you can put that in your live journal. Dear live journal, today I was killed by a mortal.
Barely passed muster as a Maldraxi foot soldier. I will meet you back at Renathal's location.
Now is the time to rise up, Venthyr. We will reclaim the anima from your oppressor. Darkest greetings, Moorwalker. The drought, the lack of souls, the jailer, all connected.
Strength and honor. Even here,
Yep.
I protect the weak.
Come on.
What? That carriage is running off with the last of the anima.
Oh no, they're slowly getting away. We will never catch up to them. Truly, this is an untenable situation.
For the honor of the Bladesworn.
We must move quickly.
Every defeat is a lesson.
You know, I can just fly, right? Like, ah!
After that carriage.
Ugh. Ah! Why does this king keep jumping? Okay. At least I'm not in the thing's jaws or claws or whatever else.
We're right on their tail.
This anima belongs to the Tithe Lord. Stay back or die.
I'm gonna kill him, boss. I can kill him. It's pretty easy, really.
He is cornered. Let's show this underling the error.
How dare you delay the Tithe Lord's shipment?
Seatbelts. Where we're going, we don't need seatbelts.
Look upon the strength of our mighty champion. Well done, Moorwalker.
I love how he's using us as a symbol of his rebellion, because we get things done. I'm not even mad. That makes perfect sense.
And what
FF14 pulled this trick too a few times, if you remember.
do for you today? We face the unending, undefeatable, undefiable darkness together.
A window of opportunity has presented itself to us, Swiftshot. With his supply line cut off, Vartok's dead, and people turned against him, the Tithe Lord should be no match for us. However, I must admit I do fear what tools he may have acquired from his Maldraxi cohorts. His base of operations is just down the road. The Caretaker's Manor, named for the harvester whom he replaced. Let's meet you there.
You and oh, my dear subjects, we have achieved a small victory. Reclaim your anima from the spoils.
We must move now and take the fight to your oppressor.
Call me weird. I'm kinda liking this. Like, it's rushed. Spoilers, this is pretty much like just it. It's this and one other quest arc right after this. But still, this is not bad, especially compared to both Maldraxxus and Ardenweald, whose finale arcs sucked. At least we're not killing Erelon permanently. Again. Yeah, the biggest complaint I could level at this is that it is rushed. And again, that's all of them. They all have kind of a rushed finale. Which means its competition now for best finale is probably going to be Bastion. It's okay, I'm sure it'll drop the ball at the last minute. That does seem to be the trend.
Hello, Moorwalker.
The Tithe Lord. With his army defeated, the Tithe Lord is vulnerable. Now he has a small contingent to protect him. Let's strike him down decisively. He draws power from these anima wells, keeping it all for himself. If you can hold his attention, I can not only empower you to defeat him, but disable the wells. Speak to me when you're ready to begin. I'm ready to begin. What are you talking about, Asmira Star? I'm right here!
So the Tithe Lord it is.
It's Prince Reniful. Run!
That sounds really good, von Falkenstein.
Revendreth, you overstep your bounds. Here I have all of the power. Gods! Slay the...
Vampire! Now is the time to tear these oppressors down!
Yeah, Renthal's got some drip. Rennethal has got some drip.
Quickly, Moorwalker. Slay any in your path to the next well. I sense the power of my own medallion.
You are no longer the harvester of dominion, Rennethal. That power belongs to the Archlich.
You gave my medallion to a lich?
I'm starting to sense some anti-lich bias here. Probably, Blue Boy was.
Great work! Press the assault!
What? Never mind. I will cut you down where you stand, Moorwalker.
I'm over here, buddy. You're talking to Razan. Does he think Razan's the Mawwalker? Well, I guess, actually, Razan is a Mawwalker, isn't he? Because, like, he goes with me into the Maw, and then he comes out from the Maw. So, like, doesn't he count? What about a Death Knight? What if a Death Knight goes to the Maw and takes, like, a corpse with them, and then comes out with them? Does that count?
Maldraxxus, honor our deal. Slay this would-be Uthor.
Where is he running to? Who is he running to?
Yeah, what about elementals? Do those count? This is doubly weird because, like, you know, Vol'jin became the new Loa from Razan, who was in the Maw, who was right here with me. Oh god, I'm so confused. That's a good question. Where is Swiftshot from? We already established he was just like a farmhand, right? No, not a farmhand, excuse me. He had his own farm, but it was dinky. It was a subsistent farm. Oh, that's a point. Razan didn't leave the... Wait, so if this is just Razan's body, who's in there? Donk, donk, donk. Hello? Hey, Razan's body, who's in you? I don't mean that as a gross way, I'm actually curious. Like, what soul?
Archlich, join me. Use the medallion you were given, and together we can crush this Moorwalker.
Oh, hi again, Kel'Thuzad.
You have served your purpose. Now I must serve mine.
Where are you going?
To the next part of the plan, of course. Do try to slay some of these obstacles before they destroy you.
Okay, lol, first of all.
I was... No! Oh, it will take time to repair this mirror. We need to get the Medallion of Dominion back from that lich.
Kel'Thuzad's manipulations have plunged Maldraxxus into chaos. What will your Covenant's medallion allow him to do?
He could levy an army of unwilling denizens of Revendreth. With enough anima, he might even be able to manipulate the very fabric of the Shadowlands.
Yeah, so... Clemency Enforcer. I hate to keep pointing this out. It would take some pretty big restructuring, but Kel'Thuzad being the actual main villain of the expansion, in opposition to Sylvanas, oh my god, please go faster. Oh my god. Oh, thank god. Oh, thank you, God. What do you mean again? It's never been Kel'Thuzad. And his story arc never finished. I mean, the last time Kel'Thuzad was a villain was... Let me walk that sentence back. The last time Kel'Thuzad was an actual, like, antagonist was never. It was in Warcraft 3 human campaign.
Come forth, catalyst.
Anyways, whatever. We did it.
Life for my master.
Anyway, screw people anyways, Luther. Death to people! Renethal, could you go slightly faster, please? Please. Buddy? He knows I'm waiting on lunch for him. He knows. He is enjoying this. I mean, honestly, Lita Fairy, there's always going to be crying. I mean that with sincerity. Obviously, I'm joking a little bit when I say screw people. But people will always cry and whinge about anything. If we made the villain a complete new villain, people would complain about it. If it was Arthas, people would complain about it. If it was Kel'Thuzad, people would complain about it. If it was Sylvanas, people would complain about it. There is no winning. There is no winning scenario. The winning scenario for a writer, I mean this is real advice, is to not listen too much to your detractors, because they will always be there, and there is nothing you can do to please them. You cannot win. Do not try.
Has arrived.
Where's the next quest? Complete the chapter focusing the eye of the Chains of Domination campaign. Okay, BTW. BTW. Help. Yeah, exactly. The way you win is you make a story that you like. Involving 3 factions all at war with... Hang on. So let's load Shadowlands. This is a great add-on, by the way. If you ever just want to do all the quests or want to find out where something is going on in Shadowlands, or sorry, in WoW, BTW quests. It's not perfect, but it's good. Speaking of, we want, is this it? No. Mirror Maker of the Master is the next step.
Welcome.
Starting at Prince Renethal. That is true, Pillars of Snow. But that is more or less the price you pay, if that makes any sense. Sometimes you want to make something that nobody else wants. But history has proven 1,000 times over that listening to the crowd is not the right move. The crowd is loud and angry and does not know what they want. Just like my sister here. Yes, sometimes...
Go back!
Okay. Sometimes you just want to make trout-flavored yogurt. And there are a few people out there who like trout-flavored yogurt. And that's your audience. Reaching them is going to suck. You probably won't make a lot of money on it, you know. The crowd wants to complain? I got your back. Sometimes ideas suck. I mean, Starfield really is a good example of this. For lack of a better way to put it. Starfield really was a passion project. By every account. I talked about it during the LGAs. I have done my freaking homework on Starfield. And by every account, it is exactly the game they wanted to make. And you know what? And this is going to sound weird, but I'd rather have a Starfield than a Star Wars Outlaws. You know? That's personal opinion. You know, bit of my philosophy dipping in there, but that is where I'd sit on that.
Sometimes you just want to make trouble.
Yeah, like doing what my sister... No! We're in midair now! Yeah, better a Starfield... I have to
go to work now.
Have a good day at work. Better a Star... Wait. No. Orange. Green. Thank you. I'm going to use this in a minute. That's fine. Wait, no, I'm not. You're right. What's wrong with Star Wars Outlaws? Oh my god, dude. Oh, where I don't even know where to begin with that. Okay. There's only two things wrong with Star Wars Outlaws: the story and the gameplay. Oh man. Okay, I kind of just gave away the real problem with Star Wars Outlaws. It's a very made by committee, very stamped. It is exact whatever you're picturing in your head when you picture AAA. That's it. That's what Star Wars Outlaws is. And yes, I do mean that as an insult.
Come, join us, my dear friend.
Yeah, actually. Imagine, like, the most generic amateur Assassin's Creed game you can picture. Like imagine Temu version of Assassin's Creed. Like, normally I could say something like, it does some things right. I have trouble saying that with Star Wars Outlaws. The nicest thing I can really say about that is that it is ultimately inoffensive. It's just extraordinarily generic. It is refined generic. Help me out here, Mr. Ed. Where's this quest? It is so generic that it is it's hard to even put a label on it. No, of course not, Mr. Ed. Why would I do some random side quests? I'm doing main quests. I don't have to do prerequisite quests. To do a quest, that would be crazy talk. Damn you, food. You are my curse. 2 separate times. Okay, hang on. This does feel very FF14.
Excuse me? Hello! Over here, in the shadows. Please, do hurry. I cannot enter the light without my cloak.
Why is this random-ass side quest voiced?
You've wandered into the wrong bit of shade.
Why is this random-ass side quest voiced? Why is there a real boss here?
Cannot be the end.
I want you to know I'm literally inches from the end of this campaign. Just why I'm just kind of like, let's go.
Always a pleasure. Just a moment. I will need my cloak before we head into the light.
Hurry up.
Much better. Though it does have a putrid stench.
Look, Nathanos, I really need you to hurry up.
Come along. I will show you how to locate mirror fragments. The only thing this wretched light is good for is making the fragments easier to find. Ah, here is one. Buried in the ash.
No escaping this time!
finish the campaign. My food's here. That's nice. Ow.
To the untrained eye, all mirror shards look identical. But I can tell by the glint alone where that shard came from. Mirrors are a magical network of sorts.
No, they're not.
Travel between them is possible, so long as each is made from the same type of glass.
No, it's not.
Up ahead, I see another.
This is that rules magic. Again, these are vampires. I get it. Mirrors are a big deal because vampires. That's cool.
Fragments should never be discarded. They can be used to repair nearly any broken mirror. You cannot always be certain where the mirror will take you, but anywhere would be better than here.
That is not true.
You see it, do you not?
I can think of several places in this setting worse than here.
Well done. You certainly have an eye for this. We will be out of here in no time at... Simone. What is she doing out here?
Being tortured. Hi, Jay Palmer. Welcome to Torture.
Fancy a chin?
I'm your host, the Torture Runner. Yeah, you ever heard of the Maw?
Who would do this to her?
Your pathetic master, Laurent. He did this.
Oh, God. Yeah, let's not go to Cadia.
Be seeing you.
Oh, my God. Why is this continuing to chain?
You
Why is this
must
continuing to
see
chain?
me, Taylor. They can make you something that will fit just right.
Why? Why is this padding? Why is this here? Why is this a prerequisite for the MSQ? Why does nothing indicate that this is a prerequisite for the MSQ? That is a double negative right there. One for the fact that you have to do some stupid-ass side quest to continue the MSQ, and the other... Yeah, no, this is the freaking Moogles all over again. And the other for the fact that nothing indicates that. If Mr. Red wasn't like, hey, go down to the Amber Ward and do this quest, I would have no idea. Even BTW quests didn't indicate this. It just said, go talk to Renethal. Negative. And then another negative. And possibly more, but at least two. Like, literal bare minimum of two. Yeah, the fact that that voice acting is admittedly indicative, I'm not gonna lie. I just have to go around, pick up every quest in the game, and see if any of them talk to me. If the game talks back to me, I'll know I'm not crazy. I'll know. Yeah, this is it. This is it. We were so close. You don't understand. The next quest is the last quest of the entire arc. The next quest is the end of the Venthyr arc. And we are right there at the finish line, and now is when we finally trip with the Venthyr campaign. At the finish line. Christ.
Shall we begin?
Out of the way. This is not FF14. Okay. Yeah, imagine getting the finish like, yeah! And then just this really loud, sickening thud. I know what that sounds like. I have heard that from my leg. It's not a pleasant sound. And that's what we're hearing right now, is the sound of... It really has Blade Taval. This is so Shadowlands. You know my favorite part? Did you catch this? You can't actually do those mirrors in any order. Did you catch that? Of course you did, because you're not actually clicking them, but you have to click the right mirror first. Only one of the mirrors is interactable. You see how I was over here? I was over here, but I can only click this one. You have to click the mirrors in order. Yeah, sorry. So I don't like the FF14 method of questing. I don't like being forced to do everything to get what I want to. It's just a waste of my damn time, especially when all I care about is getting to point B. However, at least FF14 has a goddamn chain which you can logically follow in order to go through. This is the problem both BFA and Shadowlands have, is having to go through the damn chain with nothing to indicate it. Yeah, imagine you have a drive to your destination. That's a great analogy, as Maristar. Imagine you have a drive to your destination, and it's like, oh, this is a nice summer drive. You know, the weather's nice. You could roll down the window, enjoy some sun, air. You know, it's cool. Everything's cool. Screw the Mogul Quest. God, screw the Mogul Quest so hard. There's a reason there's such a meme. And then you get there, and it's like, okay, I got to park. And the drive was 20 minutes. The parking is 50. Finding a parking spot at all is 50 minutes. Yeah, okay, whatever. I don't even care. We'll throw it in the trash immediately. Why is this continuing to chain? Why? Why? It's the year I was just in. Thank God I'm Beast Spectre. I'd be even more pissed. Beast is like one of the most mobile chipper shredder specs in like the entire game. You know, I'm at least going to go to pick up my food because it's just sitting out on the porch, probably getting eaten by ants right now. Good news. The ants hadn't found it. Yep, that's right. That's why they call them quest chains. Because they're attached to the jailer. Is the MSQ in the room with us? Can you point to it? Do you see it right now? Man, I love spending $65 for a mount.
You are not one of us.
You will regret stepping onto these lands.
But Vulcanstein's right. Remember, the entire franchise is all the jailer's plan. That's not even hyperbole. That is the actual canon. At least it was. Hopefully that's been retconned. Am I supposed to collect this anima? Okay. What?
You will meet your true death.
Is it this thing? Yeah, that's probably it. Wow, that's an ugly-ass mount, too. I spit upon this. Negative to gameplay. Moving on. The only way to come up with a plan, Brigwin, is going to involve destroying the entire universe. But if we don't do that, the universe will explode. Therefore, I am going to go to the grocery store and pick up a new thing of milk. But if I do so, the grocery store might be closed by the time I get there. Truly, if the grocery store is closed, we will have no milk.
You will meet your true death.
The cookies we eat will remain undipped. No further joy to be had from cereal or proper scrambled eggs. I mean, I've got some half and half. Would you ever have half and half in eggs? It's terrible. What am I in combat with? You don't understand, Spartan. We have to have... I actually don't usually put milk into eggs. I usually don't put anything to eggs. I just like eggs. Well, that's not true. I've put tomatoes, like chopped up tomatoes into eggs. I've put a whole lot of black pepper into eggs, like to the point where the egg looks speckled. Oh my god, these aren't even good quests. It's just go find an item that you can barely see and go click it. Each one gives you about 4% progress. Have fun. I've never put stock in eggs before. That's an idea. I'll have to try that. How do you do it, Blakeville? Thank God I'm a beast hunter, so I can just set the pets on him and be like, hey, go kill that while I loot this stupid thing. Beast spec for life, yo, I'm just saying. I got some boba. Blueberry. It's quite good. I was inspired by Evo. I can't get cheesecake, but I can get boba. That does sound extremely insane, Bladeful. I can't lie. I'd love to try it someday. Oh my god. Respawn, please? I have fleeced this area. You have got to be kidding me. I'm giving this side quest its own negative for the fact that I've gotten everything in here and I'm waiting for a frickin' respawn. Wait, hang on, there's one thing.
Trespasser! You will be forced to endure the light!
Oh no. Okay, so now I've gotten everything. Let me guess, this is a boss I have to kill in a minute.
We control these lands. You are not one of us.
Grated cheese? Oh, that's a good idea. And put it on some bread? Even better idea. Oh, I'm dead! Oh no. We are the unchosen one. Oh my god, final frickin'
What have you done?
Even if I wasn't in a hurry, this quest sucks. No, they are. They have a lot more tank capability than I do. And a heal. And a taunt.
It has been so long since I
These are stupid anima. Yep, uh-huh.
Come with me.
Yeah, that's right. We're just here as the escort for the pets who are actually handling all this stuff.
It is too late to flee now.
You kindly piss off. I'm kind of busy.
Do I owe the pleasure?
I should have lead a fair. It's like, here! Guys? Guys. Oh, hey! That's Jesus, that took a minute. That was good tea. Or not tea. Whatever it is. Lemonade. That's the word. Lemonade.
The pieces are falling into place. I just need a little more time.
I think it's hard timed. I think it's X time before next spawn. And the progress is based on how many things we kill. So anyways. Yeah. Let me just chip and shred. Oh. I guess I'll just wait.
It's done. The mirror is complete.
Cool. Can we go?
We must leave while we can.
If you still have business to attend to, until we meet again, my friend.
Yeah. Okay. Bye. So you may or may not have noticed that, but turning that quest gave us a buff. In other words, it gave us an unlock. That unlock is fixing mirrors. Hey, Renethal. I have learned the lost art of fixing mirrors. Can I do the frickin' quest now, please? Please? If it's not here, I will officially give up. I'm like, alright, you win, game. You have defeated me.
Hello.
Hey! Okay, so I've received word that Lawrence made substantial progress with the repairs on the mirror. Sweet, let's go talk to Lauren, who's making the repairs on the mirror. So, thank you again, Mr. Red. You want to hear? Totally off topic. One of my personal biggest stupid complaints about drinks that you can get at a place. The amount of ice they put in the cup. Now, I know, I've worked at Arby's. I know why they put the ice in the cup. It's so they can spread out their supply more, because ice is cheap, and it's cheaper than the syrup. Okay, sure, I get that. But A, that's awful. That's the opposite of customer service. B, I don't actually like ice in my cup. All that does is dilute the flavor or make it unpleasantly cold. And C, and most importantly of all, I used to work at Arby's. I know exactly how cheap those soda streams are. We paid pennies for those, and they want to stretch pennies out.
And with that, every shard is where it should be. An impressive feat, is it not?
We move when you are ready, Mallwalker.
I'm ready.
Sinful, to me!
I wasn't joking. This is the final quest. You see what I mean? It is literally the final quest. Right at the finish line. Right at the finish line. Most of the time I can request no ice. Every now and again, it's like, nope. Okay. Yep, rip off your customers, underpay your workers, squeeze a few extra pennies. It's frickin', it's the Tide Lord. It's the goddamn Revendreth situation all over again.
Where can I find Kel'Thuzad?
Kel'Tha who? Never heard of him.
Cheeky.
I have no time for this!
That's true.
Tell me where Kel'Thuzad is, and I
will never tell you!
I was hoping you would say that. I know Kel'Thuzad is here!
Pathetic soul! Your spell barely tickles me!
Is that so? And how does this feel? I grow tired of these lies. Tell me where—
Kel'Thuzad will find you, Kael'thas Sunstrider!
Good. Let him come. Be smarter than the others. Tell me where—
His lair is underground, far below this necropolis. Please, have mercy.
For traitors, death is a mercy.
You'd know, buddy.
Draven approaches.
Mawwalker, report! Have you discovered Kel'Thuzad's location?
He hides underground, like the coward he is.
Then we shall draw him out. But first we must clear the skies of enemies.
You should be sufficient for that task, General. I'll scout below.
Welcome to the rebellion. Hold tight! I will strike on your command!
This is weird. Interesting. It's almost like Kael'thas is our viewpoint character for what Revendreth should be, and what Revendreth should be is fascinating. So it makes sense that he would be interesting. Right? Let's ignore the legacy character aspect of it, just that alone. I do love how she's like, listen, I know just because you're from the same planet doesn't mean you know each other, but maybe you do. It's literally a guy we've killed twice. It's like, oh, yeah. I'll eat lunch later, Evo. I'm busy. God damn it. I have to finish this. I'm on the last quest. I am not doing a 5-minute stream for this after this.
We must land.
Agreed, as Minister.
We saw your signal. What have you learned?
I have located your army, Draven. Kel'Thuzad's liches have turned them to stone.
We cannot proceed without the support of the Stoneborn. Mawwalker, take the Blood Elf and destroy the crystals that drain their anima.
Okay.
I will continue to patrol the skies.
I cannot help but notice that Garrosh is literally in the freaking cinematic for Revendreth and never shows up in the Revendreth thing. In fact, he shows up in 9.1, if I'm remembering correctly, for one cutscene. It's 9.1 or 9.2, I forget which. It's a really bad cutscene either way. And yeah, I love that the Revendreth finale is the Maldraxxus finale. It is 9.1. I figured, because, you know, 9.1. Where's Mograine? That's a good question. Where's the champion from Maldraxxus? Well, I'm right here. Yep, the two swift shots are doing the same quest. Oh no, you got me.
You are too late! The way opens! Destroy these meddlers!
That beast is incinerating our forces! We'll be overrun!
Necrolords, hold your ground! We will not fail Maldraxxus!
Hail, Baroness! Revendreth stands with you!
Oh hey, it's us!
I will weaken the beast on your command!
And missing spines, my favorite thing.
Strike it now!
Whoa, I'm just getting the weirdest feeling of deja vu. Anyone else getting that? It's weird. And Kael'thas isn't voiced. I'm making fun, Czar. We literally did this exact quest at the end of the Maldraxxus chain on this character yesterday. Same boss.
Enough with this. What an impressive gathering.
And this is going to be the same cutscene.
Many courageous. Now is the time to strike. We must take the fight to Kel'Thuzad.
Why, Prince Kael'thas, is that you?
See,
I never
this is the exact same cutscene.
Thank you for the use of your Sunwell.
I like to think that the two swift shots are like, hey,
You have
hey,
defied the laws of the Primus and
Sup?
conspired to bring ruin upon
Sup?
Maldraxxus. Surrender or be destroyed.
Fools! It was all too easy to sow chaos and discord within
oh man,
your
T-Ziller, tell me about it.
houses.
The jailer's plan unfolds exactly as intended.
I think I'm actually going to go ahead. Oh god, Monobreak, you're right. I think I am going to give a negative for this.
Power from Margrace and Dave. Weaken him so I might use the staff.
The fact that it's literally copy-paste is a bit much. Another perspective on the same scene, that's fine. In fact, there's actually a lot of positivity you can do with that. Think about Back to the Future 2 for a second, and how many times they redo the scenes from the first movie, but like from a different angle or a different time or showing something new about it. That's cool, clever, and interesting. This is literally the same boss in the same cutscene. Twice in a row. It's just doubly funny because I'm doing it on the same character. And yeah, so we've seen the cinematic, so moving on. Okay, we did it! Where was Bigglesworth? That's actually a good question. It's okay, he's surely in the raid fight, right? Right. Oh, wait, we gotta be like, we're totally awesome. Here it comes. Here it comes. Here it comes.
Come closer,
We're totally awesome.
Will it be enough? We do not yet possess all of the medallions.
You know my power. Embrace it. Be one with me again.
Yes, Prince Revendreth, you do know him. And what his lust for power made him become.
Yes. You are right. I cannot wield such power. But we can. The time of sires is over. Revendreth no longer serves a master, but a court.
We did it! We sprinkled the Republic over Revendreth. Sprinkle, sprinkle, sprinkle.
Come forth, catalyst of change.
We have spread democracy to Revendreth. Woo!
Raytal. My kind require purpose, not peace.
Wait, hang on, hang on. We've got a soulbind. This is very important. Okay, we did it. We're cool.
Greetings, Maw Walker.
Oh my god. No, nobody votes. Nobody votes. What do you think, this is a commie place? I'll be back.